Well, good afternoon, everyone. I call the Committee of Supply, Section C, to order, and we're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Health, and I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that vote number 32 resolve that a sum not exceeding $28,526,258,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Health, Ministry Operations to 31st of March 2024. Thank you, Honourable Chair. If I may, there was a question yesterday about a contract. I'd say to the member for Prince George Valemount that I've asked for a response for her in writing well in advance of the end of estimates, so that if she had further questions on that, we'd be providing it. I just want to give her an update because a question was asked this morning on the long-term care financial reporting tool. I have some information on that. I provide a little bit of a letter that lays out the process, but with members. So I'm going to go through this quickly. It's all supplemental information, and what I might do is shorten this a little bit and also provide the member with this. This is just for the information of people outside, so that we're not spending too long on this. It was introduced in August 2020. New data collection began in fall 2020 and continued in operation until April 1st, 2023, when a new version of the web-based tool, which is what we're referring to, was introduced. Data collection using the new web-based tool will fully commence in May 2023, but what's happened is that in February and March 2023, as discussed yesterday, health authorities and a group of long-term care home operators began testing sections of the tool. Long-term care home operators receive communications, and I've described some of that, outlining the steps for user setup and informing them of the 6 town hall sessions introducing the updated long-term care financial reporting tool. The updated financial reporting tool replacing the long-term care monitoring tool went live on April 1st, 2023. The 6 town hall sessions are underway. 3 sessions have already occurred on April 12th, 19th, and 20th. 3 more sessions are scheduled, April 26th, 27th, and May 3rd. To date, almost 100 individuals have attended the town halls. 77 of 190 of contracted long-term care homes have access to the financial reporting tool today. Users are able to access the tool once they've completed steps required for user setup. And then following that process, the long-term care home operators will start providing data in May. So that's some of the information in response to this. And as I said, on the issue of the contract in writing, that's something well in advance of estimates, so that the member, if she wishes, can ask questions about that.
Member?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. Certainly I'll take the opportunity to read through the information provided, and I very much appreciate him sharing that information with me. I'm hoping we can go back to the question of direct care hours. We started having a discussion about that, and we talked a little bit about the service plan. And I certainly understand, the need to refresh service plans, and that there are times when we change up the content of those plans. The Minister did update me in terms of the number of direct care hours is 3.51 is the current number of hours of care, What I wanted to better understand is, I understand that it is not an explicit target in service plan, but I'm wondering, is there an intent on the part of the government to move closer to the 4.1 hours that has been cited by the Health Standards Organization? And as I noted before the break, other jurisdictions obviously have moved significantly. Well, I mean, when you think about the number of hours and cost, it is a significant addition. So despite the lack of a specific target in the service plan, there is no longer a performance measure. Is there an intention on the government's part to move closer to the 4.1 hours that have been suggested as a minimum level of care?
Minister?
Thank you, and thanks to the member for the question. I think in our back and forth, and as I say, we provided our information now on the national standards. That is one of the issues we'll look at. We haven't made the decision to do that as yet, And that's something absolutely to be considered. It was a major goal of mine when we started in 2017 to meet those standards. The issue had been raised. Remember the Hospital Employees Union did a lot of ads about it. The Seniors Advocate did a number of reports, and so that first commitment to do what we said we would do was really important, and we've done that. On funded beds in every care home. So we sometimes talk of averages, and you think of 3.51 as the average, but everyone is funded above 3.36, which is a real achievement of the system, I think, and the response. And supporting that is the second element of that, and the member may get to this later, which is ensuring we have the staff. It's one thing to fund the beds or fund the staffing positions if you don't actually have the staffing positions, and that's where the HCAP program has proven very important, and all of the staffing work to support long-term care that was done during the pandemic. So yes, that's an issue to consider, and something that certainly we'll be looking at as we go through this process and looking at what other jurisdictions do. Just to say what it required to get to this point, in the 3 years, and there's been more funding since then, this was a $240 million plan to go from basically from 3.11 to 3.36. The vast majority, and by that I mean 90% plus of that money, went to support beds in private facilities, whether they not-for-profit or profit facilities, because those were the ones that were being less funded. Sometimes people think, well, you're supporting the public beds, but in the case of staff funding, the public beds were close to, they were at 3.33 in 2017, but the private beds, which are public beds, of course, because we purchased those through contract, were dramatically less. So that was $240 million in budget 2018, 50, 80, and 110 annualized to the base to get basically from 3.11 to 3.36. So that just puts in context, I think, the significant costs involved, so those will have to be considered, but clearly we've gone beyond that now. We've gone to 3.51, which is an important thing. We've done that really by enhancing supports during the COVID-19 pandemic. That's our continuing supports to the long-term care sector to even get better than that. And, you know, look, it's to everybody's credit. How we were able to do it as part of that, and not counted in that money, was the wage lift, which was $160 million annualized. That was really all to private, to workers in private long-term care homes to raise those wages up to the HEA-ABC level. So all of that is a significant cost, but the member is right that other jurisdictions are moving in this direction, and as we go through this process and through issues of accreditation, we're going to have to look at perhaps raising that number, although I just say I'm very proud of where we've come so far.
Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the things I'd like the Minister to confirm for me, and I know that my information, obviously we look, it takes a while to catch up. I'm wondering if the Minister can assure me that all of the health authorities have actually met or exceeded the target. That, you know, I'm obviously looking at the number that was in place previously. We're up to 3.51 now. But does the ministry have confidence that obviously direct care hours matter across health authorities? So can the minister assure me that health authorities have met or exceeded the targets?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes, in all cases. And the member, and in fact, by definition, because in care homes, in all cases, funded there now. So in all cases, even within health authorities. I think that's an important consideration. But I'll just take the member through, just to where we were, where the baseline was, the 17 baseline, and the 17 baseline. Fraser Health, it was 3.05. It's gone up to 3.47. In Vancouver Coastal Health, it was 3.03. It's gone up to 3.53. In Vancouver Island Health, 3.13 up to 3.45. And I'll share this information with the member as well. In Interior Health, from 3.23 to 3.60. And in Northern Health, and this is where the differential, because everyone knows very well that Northern Health, the long-term care is much more health authority owned and operated than in other health authorities. So that difference, so Northern Health was the only one at the 3.36 in 2017-18 when we started this process, and they've gone up from 3.39 to 3.63. So all the health authorities have done it, and the ones that are slightly lower tend to be the ones that had more private providers. But the lift has been generalized, and it was a balance. But in the 18, 19, 20 process, my direction was that we had to start with those, and there were care homes that were 2.74, 2.77, there were 75 under 3, to start with those, and those were all private, so we lifted those up. And so initially, the new funding was disproportionately away from health authority owned and operated. I think 90% plus of that funding went to effectively public beds in private facilities. That is leveled off now as we've raised everyone up, especially since the pandemic. And so if the member was noting those stats, note that Northern Health went up 0.24, which was less because they started higher. And they're still the highest funded bed numbers, but still. Vancouver Coastal Health went up the most, they were the lowest.
Member.
Thank you very much to the Minister for that response. I want to move on to the Health Human Resources Plan. Obviously, I'm going to have a lot more questions when we move to sort of the general health section, which hopefully will be later this afternoon. So we know that, the Minister, we know that the government has taken some steps to address the crisis in terms of the need for healthcare professionals. And we know that HCAP, the Health Career Access Program, is one of those things, leveling up wages, expanding BC PNP to include healthcare assistance, and obviously the Health Human Resources Plan. So I'm wondering if the Minister can talk, I want to discuss for a bit the whole issue of strengthening recruitment, retention. We know that we can invest all we want, we can add new beds, we can do all of those things, but without people, we're not going to do well. And we have demographics facing us in the workforce as well. So can the Minister speak to the issue of what the Ministry is doing, if anything, to stem the ability of traveling nurse agencies to charge rates which are sometimes twice the hourly rate for nurses?
Minister?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. On agency nursing, first of all, I'd say that it has obviously a different effect in different parts of the province. So it represents, in the past year, this is a COVID year, 1.4% of nursing hours over the province. But I think that number is significantly higher in the Northern Health Authority than anywhere else. So the member, because she represents a constituency in Northern Health, will be aware that that number is much closer, and I'll find the numbers in a second, but much closer to, has been closer to 8 to 9%. So we put together a series of programs to support nursing across the province. The member will know that the number of registered nurses in BC increased by 6.3% last year in the Kai-High numbers, compared to minus 0.4% in Alberta, 1% in Ontario, and so on. So there's been, I think, significant progress in that. As part of our Health Human Resources Plan, action number 34 is the Provincial Travel Resource Program, which has been a big feature in Northern Health, but is now in Island Health and in Interior Health, become a provincial program as well. Thirdly, we are, that travel resource pool, which was funded in September 2020 and one in Northern Health, as I say, has been expanded out as well, is a key aspect to supporting nursing and to supporting both the retention and the recruitment of nurses everywhere in the province. Finally, I just say this about, because we'll get into the details, so I think more of the member will have more questions. Say 1.4% of nursing hours. Part of the reason why we've seen an increase in agency nursing is that when the COVID-19 pandemic happened, we needed to, on an urgent basis, increase our capacity to do things that we had not been doing. And the idea that we would, at that point, take nurses out of acute care or out of long-term care to do things like the things that we did, mass vaccination programs, all of the contact tracing work that was done, bulking up on the on our 811 number when we went from 1,100 calls approximately a day to this maximum about 4,300 calls in a day. And all of that, all the work at testing centers and so on, we didn't want to, at that point, because it was urgent, we went from 0 to basically 1,500 contact tracers in the course of a few weeks. We did use urgency nursing more, but we're not, we've put a moratorium on our contracts with providers, and we believe as well the whole intent of the nurses agreement, or one of the intents of the nurses agreement, is to dramatically improve both the quality of the experience for nurses working in our system, and it's something we worked on very closely with the BC Nurses Union, and in addition to that, to ensure that priority was given to permanent positions. And this is, you know, there were, and that meant permanent full-time and permanent part-time positions, as opposed to casual positions and then the reliance on agency nursing. And that was a key part of the agreement. Now, of course, we're in that stage of voting, so I'm not going to talk too much more about that, but we will, I'm sure the member will have detailed questions because they were important questions about nursing. But if you go, and they're voting in the vote, I guess the voting period ends on Thursday, and so while we're in estimates, we'll know what that vote is, but I'm hopeful because of the collective work we've done together that we'll make progress there. So one of the purposes of that for the BCNU and for us was to reverse the dependence on agency nursing, which developed a little bit more during the pandemic for very good reasons, but can't become the basis of what we do. So we're taking a series of measures that I think are effective, but we need to take more, and that you can see the very dramatic measures taken in that agreement and in our recruitment efforts that will really help us. Final thing I would say, and this is something we'll talk about in terms of the training of nurses, is it demonstrates the need to continue to train nurses and advanced nurse training around the province. One of the interesting things when you look at health professional data and the CIHI data is how well in BC we do in maintaining people who are trained here as compared to, say, Alberta, where significant numbers of health professionals trained move to other provinces. We do much better in every category, and obviously in the last number of years, we've been doing very well against them in terms of the recruitment of nurses. And we have to continue to do that work. But I agree with the member that 1.4% is 1.4% of a big number. Right? When we say that, it's a big number. There are a lot of nurses, more than around 52,000 in the public health care system in the province, if you look at all the work they do. So that's a lot of nursing hours. And that's a real priority for us and for the BCNU. And as we approach this period, that's a priority for us. And it's important also for communities to favor permanent staff and the stability that comes with that over temporary staff. That doesn't mean if we don't need an urgency nurse and we need a nurse in the town, we're not going to go and get them because that's what we have to do sometimes. And they do important work for us often, but that's obviously not the priority.
Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to do just a quick follow-up on the reference to the provincial travel resource pool. I'm wondering if the minister can tell me how the funds are dispersed and what the schedule of that disbursement is. I would just like some specific details, and it's obviously contained in the Health Human Resources Strategy. So could the minister tell me how the funds are dispersed and if there's a specific schedule?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'll just take the We're through a high level of that, and then if there's more details required, we'd be happy to provide it. The travel resource pool currently employs 91 registered nurses, 18 licensed practical nurses, 3 nurse leaders, and 7 other staff. An additional 11 RNs have a position elsewhere in the Northern Health Authority, but also pick up shifts with the Travel Research Resource Program. It's now called Go Health BC. I've got to get these things well branded. That apparently is why I'm up in this room now, because my material wasn't as good as it needed to be in the Douglas Fir rooms. We'll work on that. In 2022, the people in the program delivered 73,000 hours of nursing, which was an increase of 189% from 2021. That's because we, of course, invested in the program and its support. In the first quarter of 2023, so this is the first quarter, so you multiply by 4, TRP nurses have delivered 25,729 hours. So annualized, that would be 102,000 hours, which would be obviously more than the 73 hours before. And we're tracked to deliver, as I say, well over 100,000 hours of service in 2023, so it's growing. 28 of the nurses were hired from outside of BC. So this is a net increase and net new to the province, and that's obviously of significant value. And that a funded one, our goal here is to employ 1,000 staff, including nurses, pharmacists, laboratory assistants, and others, laboratory technologists and others to support the program across the province. So that's what you see in the Health Human Resources Plan. It's to build out that service and to provide supports to communities as required. We're in a period where we've seen an increase as well in absences in healthcare, and we can talk about why that is and the issues around that, but it's obviously, this pool can obviously play an important role in supporting healthcare, particularly in rural communities, but everywhere.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly we'll have some more discussion about agency nurses when we talk about health care more broadly. But certainly some of the stories I've heard, and deeply concerning to nurses who live in communities, and there is a reluctance to look at creative ways of creating shifts and schedules that work for local people. They know their hospital, they know their communities, and instead we have agency nurses that are often coming from other jurisdictions, and they get their choice of shifts and how that works. And instead, nurses are choosing, who live in those communities, not to stay in the profession anymore. So I think those are issues we actually have to grapple with. And, we certainly understand the need to, have nursing support, but when you have nurses that live in a community who know the people, who know the hospital, we should be making every accommodation possible to include them in the regularly scheduled workforce, even if it requires flexibility. And I have heard many compelling stories about that, particularly in the north. But we can talk more about that when we get to the section that I have some questions about nursing more broadly. I'm wondering if the minister or the ministry has given direction to health authorities in terms of recruitment bonuses and working short bonuses, which are not available to contracted providers. So we're talking about long-term care again. Has there been specific direction provided to health authorities about those financial bonuses?
Minister.
So just to talk a little bit about that issue, because I think recruitment incentives are an important part. They're obviously an important part, all of those issues of the BCNU agreement. There may be occasion later where the minister will have questions about what we've done there and so on. One of the key rural retention is the prototype rural retention incentive, as the member will know, is in the Northern Health Authority. This is to say that an average of 833 employees per quarter have received the incentive in Northern Health. And we've added a couple of communities to it. One is Grand Forks, where we face some significant challenges, or we'll know, and the other is the Mount Waddington health area, which is essentially the north of Vancouver Island, right? And we're looking at incentive programs across the province. We also have a housing pilot that has had Northern Health procure nearly 350 units across 22 communities, and that's a significant part of housing is a significant part of our recruitment challenge. One of the key reasons why we had challenge in Clearwater last year, for example, was the lack of housing. Everybody was working. We had the pipeline going through, and it was very challenging. And that's where where it becomes more difficult, where the need for agency nurses, because of those circumstances, can be felt. Also, and we'll know there's a childcare pilot in Northern Health, and again, this has enabled them to fund net new childcare spaces. And this is so important, both for doctors and nurses and health science professionals, healthcare workers as well. And a broader health sector childcare strategy is being developed as Action 7 in the HHR plan. And we also have a series of other proposals which we can talk about in Northern Health. So there's been a real focus on that in Northern Health, and still, let's be frank, there are still very significant challenges which the member described in lots of communities. But these measures give us confidence, I think, that we can take actions to improve the situation, because all of those measures I've described have, especially on the issue of retention, made improvements for workers. They're not the sole considerations, but they certainly, if you get to housing and childcare and retention bonuses, and some of the other changes that we've put in place that make it both more attractive to recruit, but to keep people in communities. And we've talked about investments many times. We may not need to talk about it this time, but the value of recruiting people from the region as well. Which, if combined with these kinds of measures and what you see in the BCNU agreement, which clearly favors, I'd say, permanent staff in a general sense, all of those brought together will have, I think, a positive effect on the north. But the northern changes were put in place, as the member will know, some time ago, and we had discussions and briefings on that at that time.
Member?
Well, thank you, and certainly, as someone who lives in that part of the province, we've always recognized that, you know, we can't train people elsewhere, cross your fingers and hope they're going to show up in northern BC. It doesn't work, which is why we started training doctors in northern British Columbia. You need to train them closer to home if you hope to keep them there. So obviously we do need to look at incentives. Housing and childcare are significant issues when you're trying to recruit. Very proud of some of the work being done by communities, including Valemount, for example, who are prepared to actually invest as a municipal council in looking at how they provide housing so that they can actually attract the healthcare professionals that they need. So I appreciate the update on those incentives. One of the things I think is critical for us to recognize is recruitment matters, but as I hear from healthcare professionals every day, particularly nurses, retention matters. We actually need to keep the people we have and add to that base. And so looking at that, I mean, those are, we'll have some more discussion about retention and recruitment. And again, I'm sure that in the contract vote that's taking place, hopefully we'll get a chance to see that whole contract when there's a successful outcome. I'm interested in scope of practice, especially when it comes to you know, LPNs and HCAs, and the ministry has indicated that it is looking at how we look at redesigning the scope of practice for many of those priority health professionals. So we know that we need literally thousands of nurses and healthcare professionals across the province. So I'm wondering if there is a specific working group, is there a timeline as we look at redesign of scope of practice? I always say it's all hands on deck and everyone needs to be working to their full scope of practice. So is there a specific timeline for completing the work in terms of a redesign of scope of practice, particularly focused on LPNs and HCAs?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We do have what's called the Health Human Resources Coordination Center, whose job is to take ideas around these issues of scope of practice, look at practicality, look at the public interest, and move quickly. One of the areas, and this isn't to do with nursing, but I'll come back really quickly to it, is the issue of pharmacy. We made some changes in last October in terms of the ability to renew prescriptions and adjust prescriptions. We've increased the number of prescriptions that interactions that are prescriptions adjusted by about 32,000 a month as a result of that change. And so even though it's one small change, in that case, the prescribing for minor ailments is later, it's June 1st. Even that change, though, when you think of the demand on the healthcare system, is an annualized change of about 374,000. I always get my times tables wrong. My 12 times tables wrong. Visits every year, right? And that's significant, 384,000. And so those are some of the things we do with respect to what's important, which is laddering to allow you to do this. We have a bursary program, significant bursary program for healthcare assistants to move to become LPNs, which is an important program. $3 million in funding for just that program alone. We have obviously the HCAP program, which we'll talk about later, which is significant and provides lots of supports. We have all the supports for internationally educated nurses, also talk about later, but also in the collective agreement, lots of support for in this collective agreement, the work we're doing with the Health Sciences Association, the work we're doing with others to allow people to go up. So when you add nurse practitioner spaces in post-secondary, you're allowing RNs, many RNs, to make that move should they wish, and we've tripled the number of those. LPN to RN, healthcare assistants to LPNs, because we need the numbers. It's one thing to change the scopes of practice. You need people in all of these categories. The number of LPNs last year increased by 8.4%. The number of RNs increased year over year by 6.3%, which were significant things in advance of some of these initiatives. So we're optimistic about our ability to do that. But it's the Health Human Resources Coordination Center that goes through those issues around scope of practice. And we moved very quickly in the pandemic in important areas. You'll recall that we under Dr. Henry's direction, we saw dental hygienists and naturopaths and others at our vaccination centers, who are absolutely able to do that within their scope of practice. And so I think one of the positive things what we're doing is the speed of change in the pandemic has continued on in these areas. We haven't lost the momentum. There's a whole bit of concern that healthcare would go back into silos. We're very determined that that not be the case.
Thank you very much. And in many ways, I'm relieved to hear that, because without some innovation in the system, we are never going to manage to deal with the issues that we're facing in British Columbia. And it is about looking at things differently. Who can do what? How do we create teams that can actually care for patients in a very different way? And that matters. The other initiative that the government announced, and I'm hoping the minister can give me some specific details, because there was a commitment to transparency. And we have yet to see any numbers related to the expediting credentialing for internationally educated nurses. At that time, we were told that there would be results in 90 days. I think we are there, if not close or past. We were told there were 2,000 nurses in the application stage and another 5,000 who wanted to come here. So can the minister tell me exactly how many, what progress has been made? How far are we in terms of dealing with the 2,000 nurses that were in the application stage when that announcement was made?
Thank you very much. So we will be reporting on this at the beginning of June and then regularly after that. which was part of the commitment, but I'll give the member an update now on some interim numbers, which are a few weeks old, because this is an area that's moving very quickly. We would say that the BC College of Nurses and Midwives is doing some extraordinary work, and we've added resources to them to allow them to do this work, because this is a very significant change. And I want to say, because the colleges sometimes are criticized for not moving quickly, and this is sometimes a criticism, that the College of Nurses and Midwives has just been exceptional in the work that they're doing, and we're very appreciative of it. So let me just give the member an update. We've received, this is the period since the new pathway went live, so January 31st, April 20th. 2,550 international educated nurses have signed return of service agreements, beginning the process. That the NCAS has received 2,997 applications. And the BC College of Nurses and Midwives, and this is where the 2,000 number is, has received 1,936 applications. So in the process, just to put that number in context, that number was 641 for all of 2022. This is the 3-month period, 1,941. Explains why they need resources. With respect to, so that's component one, the registration process, and 80 of them so far, 80, which is have IENs have been approved for registration. So that's a process that's going on, but that process is picking up momentum, and I think the numbers are excellent, and the work being done is excellent by the college in the registration process. In terms of the recruitment process, in the same terms, 160 IENs have been hired by health authorities, and 64 internationally educated healthcare assistants in this period under this program. That over 15,000 have expressed an interest in coming to work in British Columbia, and over 350 bursaries have been distributed to eligible applicants so far. So real progress in a process that has started and has gone and is building on some of the work that we've done over the last couple of years. We've seen BC lead Canada in new registered nurses, in new health sciences professionals, and so on. So I think that process is going well, and I think you're going to see them picking up, because you're starting a process and they're working their way through it. But I think in each case, but the College of Nurses and Midwives, and we're continually asking them if they need more resources, because clearly that increase in applications requires an increase in resources. And as well, of course, some of the barriers have been broken down, but we still need to ensure that people qualify and go through the process. So there's a little update. There'll be a formal update coming up at the beginning of June, but I'm happy to provide the information to the honourable member so that she has information now.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that. I think one of the key questions that the Minister and the Premier were asked at the time was, will there be transparency? And I think the word dashboard was used. It would be really great to actually see an ongoing, regular update. So can the Minister just very briefly just tell me exactly how many professionals have come through the system who are currently working on the ground, what that number is since the announcement was made?
Minister.
Thank you. On the internationally educated nurses, that's 160 internationally educated nurses and on this program, and 64 internationally educated healthcare assistants from this program, which is, I think a very significant start. This is the first few months, and so it makes us optimistic about the potential here, I think, as do the overwhelming response to the applications. I should say that finally, that coming out of the nurses agreement, and I won't refer to it too much because the member and I may be able to talk about it more on Thursday when if it's ratified, but on that day. But I would say that what we see there is something that we've needed for a long time, which is the same approach we've taken to long-term care in other areas during the pandemic, a real Team BC approach to recruitment involving organized nursing, nurse regulators such as the college associations like the nurses and nurse practitioners, and the government, and everyone else working, and communities, as the member has noted, communities such as Grand Forks, but also Dawson Creek and Valemont and Mackenzie and others who have done really exceptional work in supporting the recruitment of health professionals.
Member?
Thank you to the Minister for that, and obviously we're interested in making sure that, this is not at all about the college. We, and the Minister and I had this discussion yesterday. It's not about criticism of people. This is about the process and how on earth we provide the resources we need on the ground. So I'll look forward to more details on that front. I want to just back up for a moment, then I'm going to, I'll ask one more question, and then I have a colleague that wants to ask a question, so we'll get to that before he runs off his leave, so off his duty here. I just want to go back to the incentives that were described to retain, recruit, attract. So we've talked about public spaces, we've talked about Northern Health as a specific example. So again, we need to look at leveling the playing field. And so incentives are available on the private side and when you are on the public side. And when you think about contracted providers, they are not given the same incentives, the same ability to provide incentives. So what happens? Where do the care workers go? And that's a challenge. So can the Minister just speak for a moment to the fact that incentives are not available in the same way to contracted providers? And again, we see an uneven playing field, which causes significant challenge. We know what a fantastic job that contracted providers do, and heaven help us, where would we be without them? So could the Minister just speak to whether or not he has given some thought to why that isn't available to contracted providers?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. First of all, it should be said on contracted providers, we're talking a lot about long-term care, but there may be others the member's referring to. 165 million directly on wages to contracted providers under the wage leveling that came with the pandemic measures. And that was all the contracted providers, or their workers in any event, and allowed them to be competitive. If we had not done that, and we had a circumstance where some contracted providers, and I won't name names, but I could, paid their workers too little. And the result of that would be they wouldn't have been competitive. And the reason we did it was, it's all very well to criticize the contracted providers. We needed the people to get care in those circumstances. So we have taken a lot of very significant action on the 3.36, almost all the contracted providers. Those are important considerations. On the incentives, the member is right, we haven't made those available to contracted providers so far. I don't exclude that idea. One of the values, I think, of the process we're going through with contracted providers that we discussed earlier, and really getting into the nitty-gritty and not having contracts that reflect their needs, which may help them and in some cases may not, but we'll see how that goes, is to get a real insight into what people are paid, what the processes are, and what we can do. So I don't exclude that as a possibility, and this is some of the value of this contracting process, which is sometimes viewed with apprehension by people in the sector, but also allows us to make better policy. The reason a lot of these incentives were put in place is in Northern Health, which is largely not a contracted provider jurisdiction, where we had significant issues. And, I don't think, I won't suggest for a second, I know the Minister agrees with those, the member agrees with what we're doing in the sense that we're focusing on Northern Health and providing incentives that are particular to Northern Health. In that case, that's not a contracted provider issue, all of those Northern Health incentives I talked about. But as we expand out those incentives, that will become more of an issue, and that's one of the issues that we'll be looking at as we go through the financial information that'll come through the review of those contracts, which is imminent.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I'm actually encouraged to hear that the Minister has not ruled out looking at incentives like that for contract providers. So I think that's an important point. Before I have one sort of other little section I want to talk about in terms of relationships with the federal government and looking at the ideas that I'm hopeful that the government is talking to their federal counterparts about. I do want to encourage the minister to think about, or at least we need to make sure that people, young people particularly, who are considering a career, understand the value and importance of the care provider economy, basically. And I think there's a lot more that could be done to talk about dual credit programs, all the kinds of things that encourage people to consider this as a career. And I don't think that we do a good enough job, frankly, of talking about the benefits and the values. It is hard work, but you know, the minister and I were at the Care Providers Awards, and we learn from people who are exceptional at what they do and the difference they make. So I just wanted to, I don't necessarily need a specific answer to that, but I just think we need to do a lot more to talk about the rewards and the career opportunities that are available. With that, I know that my colleague has one question, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to ask that.
We're from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the member for allowing me to ask a question during House duty. Isn't that a great benefit to me? And it's been many years since I've had the privilege of asking the minister questions year after year, so why skip 1 year? I learned a lesson early in my political career. I was deputy mayor of Banff for some time, and I had a meeting with Ralph Klein, the then premier, and it was just like this, actually. He was that close, and I was on this side with my council colleagues, and I started lambasting him for not investing here, not investing there, more money for transportation. Minister of Transportation will like this one. And, you know, and then I said, you know, we need this, we need this, we need this. And then I sat down and he said, Norm, have we done anything good for you? And I learned my political lesson right away. Start out with the nice stuff, then get into the meat. And then throw the hard questions. So here's the nice stuff. Thank you very much for the Urgent Primary Care Centre that you announced, that it will help the people of Rutland. We also worked together on the Community Health Centre in Lake Country. So it would be nice if we can actually get that across the finish line at some point. We worked on that when I had my old car. I have a new car. I'd like to have that done before I get another new car in 5 or 10 years. So if the minister can encourage IHA to do what they need to do to encourage the Health Planning Society to get on with it and open it up so we can serve people in Lake Country as well for primary care. I know how much the minister appreciates the community health centres around the province. So here's one there. So the reason, besides those good things that I wanted to talk about, is I received a letter just a few days ago from a constituent. And I'm going to give the letter to the minister later with the name and contact information for the staff to follow up on. But I just wanted to read the letter to the minister and see if there's anything that he and his team can do to help my constituent. And I'm sure the minister might even have some general comments on this. But so it was sent to me on April 19th, so just a few days ago. And she goes to say, I'm an 84-year-old wife and caregiver to my 85-year-old husband. And I'll use his name, but I won't use hers. So Brian. Brian has dementia and requires some degree of care, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He can no longer shower or dress himself or provide himself with a meal. We have his name in for long-term care with Interior Health. However, this seems to be a never-never situation. We need your help. Not the Band-Aid treatment they offer. We have contributed all our lives, and now that we need help, the services are not available. It's actually touches right here. We have inquired with private care facilities, but the cost is prohibitive at $6,000 a month. His total income is about $2,000. If Interior Health cannot accommodate Brian in a ministry-run facility, why can't they at least subsidize him in private care? I'm sure my family is not the only family suffering in this situation. This week, Brian is in respite care at Cottonwoods in Kelowna. I was horrified at how little care or concern we received when we dropped him off. I hated having to leave him there, but I'm not in great health myself and need a break. What will happen if I fall ill too? The system is failing us old people. Please help. I know whatever you do will not relieve the situation for us, but may help someone in the future. Respectfully. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very much. Thanks, and I know that the member is passing the letter on, and he knows and all members of the House know that we'll be following up in person with the family and with the husband and wife. Their circumstances are, I think, what the care economy faces. You know, first piece of casework as an MLA, first one, 2005, was a guy who had taken care of his developmentally disabled son all his life, and he and his wife had done that. They had a family. He'd gone out and earned the money, and she'd taken care of their son, and their son was in his late 40s, and his wife died, and he never cooked a meal, and he needed help. There wasn't any respite care even for him, right? And when you think of how much money, by taking care of their son, they'd saved the state, because that they could have taken other roads. It's exceptionally moving, and did a lot of work with Community Living BC on that, but that struggle is one that a lot of people are facing, and increasingly people are in that circumstance. So what do we do about it? Well, we'll look at the case, first of all, that the circumstances require that. Secondly, Cottonwoods, the member's been there, and it's a challenging facility because there's not really a lot of room to grow. We had a long discussion this morning in case of Cottonwoods. And this is into the future, it won't help this couple, but Cottonwoods is an FCI, very poor facility. That's facility condition index, but there's not a lot of room on site. So you're talking about a project in the hundreds of millions of dollars with no real increase in beds. We just have to do it because we need Cottonwoods, right? And so we have to do that. So there's not a lot of help there. But we have to increase, this is where increase in supports for home care and home support is impossible. This is where respite beds and adult day programs which support people in communities to live in communities properly and necessary, and they were really affected by the pandemic. I mean, we saw, I'm the biggest proponent in the world when I did estimates, and the member was critic, talked about adult day programs at length, how we'd invest in them, how Isabella McKenzie had recommended it, how we'd done all those things. And then in 2020, hours were reduced by 97% because of the pandemic. They just shut down, and now mostly they're back. And so it's home care and home support. It's incomes questions. We've made some changes to the CISO program to allow people in the circumstances to support one another within family units more easily for people who are in that program, or the CSIL, I always get that, pronounce it CISL, I guess it is, those programs. So there's lots of programs we have, but that circumstance explains why we have to do more in all of these areas. More long-term care beds, better supports in the community, more respite care, more adult day programs, more supports. All of those things are required. And I appreciate it. And I just say this finally, that we reduced significantly by 16% the number of ALC beds in 3 months this winter. We did by 16%. And you say, get up and say, oh, we should talk about that. We reduced it by 16%. But how would we do it? We gave priority to people going to long-term care from hospitals to deal with too many people in hospital. Today there are 9,711 people in acute care hospitals in BC, which is more than at any time in 2019, 20, or 21, and up to November of 2022. So part of that is not a permanent solution, those kind of actions, because there are people, what it means is you've reduced the wait time for people in hospitals. We talked about that earlier. The second part of that, I'd say to the member, the second question for, that's a follow-up question for, well, what happened to the community? The answer is wait times in the community increase when you give priority to have people move from Kelowna General or from Vernon Jubilee or from Penticton Regional Hospital in the region to get into long-term care. So the answer is we need more care and services because we're going to see a doubling of people over 75 in the next 10 to 12 years. And so more long-term care, more home support, and that means all the stuff we're talking about with health human resources is so important. And finally, more home care. One of the things I'm really proud of our staff team to do, this just happened out there in the world and suddenly I became aware of it. The HCAP program, which we'll be talking about, which does apply to contracted providers. access to that. So that's one significant program. The H program has added 900 people, full-time equivalents to home support programs. But that is a very particular and challenging work that's done by home care workers, healthcare assistants working in the community. And we need to absolutely expand that workforce as well. It's not just a matter of funding it, it's a matter of expanding it. So if you can tell, the member can tell his constituents, I'll be looking at their matter personally, and we'll be in touch with them personally, which is important. But their circumstance is representative of the circumstance of a lot of other people.
Member.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleague. And I know the minister. I know the minister knows this. I think that, you know, we listen to stories like that one, and, you know, no one is denying that there's been investment, that there's work being done, but those are hard stories to hear. And I know the minister knows that, and I know his staff knows that. And they are multiplied all across this province. And I think what people really are asking for from time to time is an acknowledgement about how painful that is. And whether you're a staff person or you're a caregiver or a loved one, there is a sense of desperation about what's going to happen in the future. And so there's deep concern about that. So I appreciate the minister's response. I'm going to ask one question. I want to sort of tie it together. My colleague then has a follow-up to the question that was asked yesterday. But I know that what's really important is there is also interaction between the province and the federal government. And what really matters is that all levels of government have a focused strategy about what we're going to do today and into the future. So I'm just going to identify some things. And certainly in my conversations and work with BC care providers, and, you know, they do a terrific job. And one of the things that they've talked to me about is ensuring that we are advocating with the federal government for a number of things. And so one of them is a pan-Canadian approach to collecting data. That actually really matters when it comes to healthcare workers, professionals employed, generally the care economy, making sure we have good data so we understand what's going on there. Looking at how we increase accessibility to skills training, particularly for those groups that are underrepresented. And the minister would know that typically that is women, First Nations, individuals, and persons with disabilities. We need to, we need to motivate, and we need to find ways to motivate levels of government to increase accessibility. Already working on some of those things, but we need to look at how do we streamline permanent residency and removing unnecessary barriers. Looking at how we improve access to international talent through the temporary foreign worker program, and looking at how do you create a trusted employer model. We shouldn't have to start from the beginning all the time. And lastly, how do we work to recruit, train PTs, OTs, recreation therapists, for example, to work in the long-term care sector? So those are the kinds of things that we need to be advocating for with the federal government as well. And I just wanted to be sure that was on the record so that I know the minister has those discussions, his staff does, really important aspects of what needs to take place if we're going to actually meet the demand that we face in the future. So I'm going to turn the floor over to my colleague for a quick follow-up on yesterday's question.
Member from Kootenay East.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to member from Prince George Valemount for the opportunity. And yesterday, as the Minister remembers, I was asking about the FW Green Home. It's been a priority for Interior Health and our East Kootenay Regional District Board for several years now. I brought up the case in point that the ask was for what started out to be a $40 million project is now north of $100 million. And I drew the parallels between that and the new facility that was being brought to Colwood, which is more than triple the size and 2.5 times the cost. And we're just trying to find out where the Kootenay shakes down in the priorities with the government. The minister didn't really give me any hard lines on when those priorities would be coming forward. But what he did say yesterday was that, it's kind of apples and oranges, the proximity that Colwood is to Langford, and I understand the population density, but there's also nuances in the Kootenays. of our remoteness and how remote we are. And that's something that Colwood can't answer to, because they're not remote, quite honestly. But we have a problem, and the minister knows it, of how remote the Kootenays are. We're essentially on an island, given our geographical location. We're very close to Alberta. The minister knows we've had great relationships, referrals back and forth with Alberta Health Services. So essentially being on an island. So if the minister won't commit to a priority for the FW Green Home, the hospital board really would like to know what else they should be looking for as a priority, because time is wasting, and we've got many, many projects, as the minister knows. And one of those is radiation and like oncology and renal. And the minister knows about this as being a priority for the Kootenays. Like I said, we are having hard conversations around the table, the dinner table. Families are having these conversations on whether dad goes for radiation treatment, because, you know, quite honestly, radiation takes months to go through. It involves going lengthy distances, as if you're from the Kootenays, and far away from family support. It's very costly, and so we think if we're not going to get that support that we used to have in Alberta, which is a quick hop, skip, and a jump, a couple hours, versus, you know, the 6 mountain passes and 1,000 kilometers of distance that people in our region have to face as an alternative, that we need to bring those services back to the Kootenays. So as the minister knows, renal and oncology is a big request. The hospital board's made that very clear. I know the chair of the hospital board has made that very clear. So if not, the priority is given to FW Green Home, would the minister make a commitment today to prioritize renal and oncology at East Kootenay Regional Hospital?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thanks very much to the member for the question on FW Green. It is a priority, and I want to see the member's a politician, so I'm going to give him the political part first. Right. 2009, he's a very good politician. I could tell because he just called himself a public servant. You know, I'm a public servant too. Of course, we're all servants of the public. 2009 to 2017, long-term care capital budget, province-wide, was $17 million in total in funding. In the budget right now is $2,039 million, right? 2000. So I'm just saying, because and it's the very facilities. What happened by not building anything in that period was that everything piled up. So FW Green, but not just FW Green, Cottonwoods, right? Dunroven, right? Which is Quesnel, for the member. Fort St. John, which a colleague mentioned. Delta, which a colleague mentioned as well. So what not building them for 10 years, not doing anything really for 10 years, meant was that the times were expanded. So we've dramatically increased the budget, and it would be coming out of that budget that FW Green and others would come. So we're doing the work on that. FW Green is, the latest I saw, and it's just from memory, is about 130, I think, in cost. On a cost share, that would make it about 84. See, my times tables are helping me. The member will help me if he had his calculator up. But in that range, 85 provincial contribution, and oddly, and the rest from regional hospital district contribution. So that's significant, right? But it's really important for people in Cranbrook, and I know that. He's making the case for it. But part of my job as minister is to make sure we get the budget, because we can't go on as we've been going on. We just can't, and that's, you know, that's the political part. But it doesn't really matter. We're in 2023 now. People in Cranbrook and lots of other places need long-term care, and we didn't do this before, and now we're doing it now. So the project, I'm well aware of it. We're not making project announcements and estimates, right? But my job is to go and get an amount of money in support of the long-term care capital budget, which includes needs here and other places. And the only point I'm making about Colwood is it's not those comparisons. We need them in both places, right? We need them in both places. And I don't think the member would be saying anything other than that, right? And so we're working carefully on that project. And with respect to Alberta, I just want to say this in passing. It should be of interest to the honourable member. We do twice as many Alberta patients in BC than they do BC patients in Alberta. Like, if we did what they do, which is what they've been doing, which is restricting access to BC patients in the way that they've done it, then the net loser would be Alberta, right? The net loser would be Alberta because we have shorter wait times in the significant majority of surgical categories to Alberta. And they've had problems in their system and they responded to that. We've made changes. There's an improvement on the critical care side, as the member will know. They're in contact with these things, not on the scheduled surgery side yet. But you know, I would say this to our friends in Alberta, that we deliver for them, right? And this is a message to them. Like there's a suggestion somehow that they're doing it for us and we're not doing it for them. We do it twice as much for them as they do it for us. And the people of BC are happy to do that because we're in a country and this is what happens and people need care in different circumstances and sometimes they're here and sometimes they're there, right? But we got to continue to do the work, and I know the member supports our work with the government of Alberta, make sure that people in these Kootenays have access. So, you know, we'll be in consistent contact with the hospital district there. FW Green, as I told them yesterday, is a real priority. There are a lot of them, but we've also dramatically increased the long-term care budget for that very reason. Because once we do that, of course, that's an addition of beds that will be there in permanence, high-quality, newly built beds that will meet standards for decades to come. And that's our intention. So that doesn't answer the question as to when. I realize that because we don't make announcements that we're making announcements, or there would be no point in making announcements. It's sort of a beckoning process there. But nonetheless, we're getting there, and I appreciate the member's interest. But I think the commitment to long-term care that he advocates for, that a lot of people advocate for, is reflected in Budget 2023. And we'll be, of course, continuing to work with him and the community on this project. And if I go up there and we make the announcement, I hope he comes.
Member?
Yeah, thank you. Invitation accepted. But I will disagree with the minister on a couple points. He said that, you know, Alberta, we take in twice as much Albertans as BC. I'm not arguing on that point. But what the minister did say, he says Alberta is the loser. And I would argue that, you know, if we cope and said Alberta would be the loser, I think the patients in BC are the loser, Madam Chair, 100%. We have been severed of access to Alberta. Now, we don't know exactly why, and the minister seems to think that it's just because the capacity isn't there. And yet, we have referral-to-referral engagement with our physicians here in BC, with physicians in Alberta. They're willing to take those patients at any time. And yet, once it gets to Alberta Health Services, all of a sudden the wall goes up and says, no, there's no capacity. Now, there's a theory out there, and if I can put my tinfoil hat on for a second, is that the billing system is inequitable between the two provinces, i.e., when we get our premiums here, they pay for those premiums here and they go to the health services. They go to Interior Health or they go to the regional health authorities. In Alberta, our premiums will not go to the AHS, they'll go to general revenue through the Ministry of Health. Not always trickled back to the Alberta Health Services at 100%, not always on time. That's one theory. The other theory is that of empire building. So building great wings in Kelowna and Kamloops and Victoria and Vancouver are great, but they're using that data from our remote region to push that to drive those demands so that those projects will get funded. It's not me saying that, but it's a few people out there. Maybe the minister wants to make a response to that. But said that the budget is about 130 million for the FW Green Home. It was about 40 million, not more than a couple of years, 3 years ago. So that's more than 3.5 times. And the minister can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've got clippings of the actual conversations. It was about anywhere from 38 to 46 million, I believe it was originally. The minister can correct me. So time is money. As the ministry does delay and not prioritize these projects, obviously the cost goes up. So I would just like the minister to take into consideration of bridging that gap between BC and Alberta. We see memorandums of understanding across a lot of other jurisdictions in Canada. Lloydminster would be one, Hull, Quebec, and Ottawa. I think there's a memorandum of understanding between the two provincial jurisdictions. And of course, just the Canadian Health Act in general, saying that healthcare should not be determined by access between borders and boundaries of Canada, and all people in Canada should have that access no matter where they want to go. So I would think the question would be, or the challenge to the minister would be, will he engage in a memorandum of understanding between Alberta and BC to get the folks in my riding the access they need?
Minister?
Every single memorandum we receive from Alberta Health Services refers to this as a capacity issue for them. It's a capacity issue for them, and fair enough, right? I wasn't saying that people would be the losers. The patients are the losers now. I'm saying that I'm not prepared to do what Alberta has done, which is to limit access to Alberta patients to our care in BC in that way. I'm not prepared to do that. And I think they should follow that, because I think we're Canada, and I think they should follow that. So if anybody thinks, and I know the member's a supporter of this, so he and I are on the same side here. I don't mean to say he wasn't, but if anybody thinks we're not interested in such an arrangement, then they are wrong. And just to put it in context, I just want to say what's happened, and he knows this. This is reflected. We did get a change in the deal around an intensive care, and they removed the restrictions on January 30th, 2023. That's important, really important for people in this constituency and up and down the eastern border of BC. But the restrictions on out-of-province, non-urgent scheduled surgeries that have been in place since January 2021 continue. And every time we talk about this, and we've had discussions, of course, they cite capacity issues in Alberta. They have lost ground against British Columbia in all surgical capacities because they didn't do what we did, which was surgical renewal. And that's just the reality of it. And they've made, they're in an electoral process in Alberta. And I am not going to make the mistake of entering into that process in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, there are commitments on both sides to make that better. And I wish them well. We want Alberta to succeed, too. We're not opposed to it. And I've worked with successive Alberta health ministers at the national table, and I have a very good relationship with all of them. We've talked about these issues in person on a number of occasions, and I have a lot of respect and sympathy for the issues that they deal with. Just on the numbers, though, and this is partly because of COVID, so there's been less movement in general, but basically Alberta patients cared for in BC hospitals is about the same as it was in 2018-19. That is to say, it was 4,047 in 2018-19 and 3,794 in 21-22. To put that in context, and this year's numbers are about the same. In case of BC patients in Alberta hospitals, gone from 2,961 to 1,793, and the member knows very well that that includes members and people who live in his area, right? And probably, and I would suggest, we can say pretty certainly, without having identified those numbers, that disproportionately affects people who live in, let's say, the eastern third of British Columbia. We want to describe it that way. So we are always interested in working with Alberta. Worked with them on initiative after initiative in the last number of years. And people think there are political differences between the provinces. I've had very strong relationships with ministers of health in Alberta, with the current minister and his predecessor. And we would love to see such solutions. We'd love to see Alberta go back to its pre-policy, and we'd love to see them, and that may require them dealing with their capacity problems, and if that's the case, we'd love to see them deal with their capacity programs and succeed, because we're on their side. I'm on their side, and I want to see that succeed, and the member knows that.
Member.
All right, I thank you very much for the minister's time. I'm sure that debate could have gone on for quite some time, but we are in the time zone now where we need the minister to engage in a few short snappers here, so that we're not taking 12 minutes a question here. Thank you very much. Yes, we need some short snapper answers here. So I want to just speak to the issue of the funding model for physicians. We know that there has been a new payment model put in place for longitudinal care with family physicians. Obviously, the challenge we have is that we now have concerns about physicians moving from long-term care into another area of practice. Is the minister aware of that? And is he prepared to indicate that there are going to be some comparable changes made to look at the long-term care payment model?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the short answer to that is yes. As we work through it, the member will know we're about 2,850 physicians who've joined the new payment model, which is exceptional. 400 of them didn't bill, more than 400, but 420 didn't bill under the longitudinal family practice model under fee-for-service in the last fiscal year. So this has been exceptional success. There are always consequences to such actions. So in that case, you have we have a lot of new providers, and that's good because that will be very positive for issues such as attachment, which no doubt we'll discuss in a little bit. But it does create, in a number of areas, some concern. And let me list three of them that we're working on right now. One of them is the one the member identified, long-term care. The second is hospital care. There's some issue about inpatient care in hospitals and how that is remunerated. And the third is maternity care. And those three issues are three issues that come out of this agreement. The member is absolutely right, and we are moving on these issues because these are critical to us. So, I mean, if you look at where we are, this was as of April 29th, it's the 2,883 registrants have gone over, the more than 400 that weren't practicing this way last year. But we know, even when things are successful as this is, there are always consequences. When there are waves, it has an impact in other places, and that's why on all three of those areas in particular, we're taking action and working on those, and we're looking over the next few months to deal with those so that we don't create a consequence where the favorable solution of one problem causes you problems in another area.
Member?
That was short.
Well, thank you. That is closer to short snapperish. We're still not there yet, but we're going to work our way. We will work our way to short snappers. We'll have a bell momentarily. I want to just very quickly talk about federal funding. On March the 1st, obviously, Canada and BC announced an agreement in principle, $3.3 billion. Are funds for long-term care or assisted living allocated as part of the transfer? And if so, how will they be used?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want to make sure I get this right. There were two existing bilaterals that have been extended under the agreement for mental health and substance abuse and home and community care. A third has been added for long-term care. So there'll be three bilaterals that are in addition to the Canada Health Transfer, the base trilateral Canada Health Transfer agreements, the top-ups and so on, which the member may ask about. So if you look over the next 5 years, as a federal politician, I'd announce it over 10 years because the number is bigger, but I'm not, so I aspire to that. But over 5 years, mental health and substance abuse is substance use, excuse me, is 334. Home and community care is 334. Long-term care is 413, and that's roughly for each 82 to 84 million a year.
Member?
Thank you to the Minister. I'm wondering, in the federal 2020 fall economic statement, there was $1 billion in the Safe Long-Term Care Fund, and that was actually to support provinces and territories to protect those living and working in long-term care settings. So can the Minister just quickly tell me how those funds were used in BC?
Minister.
So thank you, Honorable Chair. So our share of that was 134.8 million. It's roughly that 13%, 13 to 14% number. 78.27 in operating, 56.53 million in capital. The distribution by health authorities is the normal distribution as a percentage, so I won't go through that. On the capital side, we made significant changes and improvements in air conditioning and HVAC, partly for the pandemic, partly to advance us on issues of air conditioning, but also furniture and fixtures, mattresses and bed frame. The facility renovation, I talked about the New Vista project earlier, which was supported out of this fund, which was an exceptional project where we took a long-term care facility we had and we used some of this money for that. And so basically 134 of the 134 million was fully allocated across the system.
Member?
Thank you. And I don't have time to walk through all of the details related to that, but I'd be interested in more information about, especially the new allocation of dollars, what that's going to look like, and also how success or how the outcomes are measured in terms of the investment of dollars, is particularly related to the safety aspect of the latest allocation of dollars. I want to move to home support because we know how important that is, and we've actually been talking a lot about the need to deal with capacity issues in the system. And one of the things we can do is make sure that people are well cared for in community. The seniors. There's that bell we were talking about in terms of short snappers. Yeah. Apparently not short enough.
They clearly think the questions are too long.
All right, well, I'll come back to home support. I've given the minister a heads up now that that's where we're going.
Okay, we're going to need to recess and go to the main chamber.
That's like 3 answers.
All right, I'll call the committee back to order. And member for Prince George Valemont had the floor before the bells.
Thank you very much. I want to spend a couple of minutes on home support. Obviously, the Seniors Advocate in February issued a report, I'm sure the minister is aware of it, indicating that home support basically needs fundamental restructuring. The report pointed out, the review pointed out the program isn't keeping pace with the needs of a growing seniors population, and most importantly, from my perspective, that the service remains unaffordable for a large number of seniors. So I'm wondering if the minister obviously is aware of the report. Did he create an action plan, some sort of response to the report, and is he looking at potential options for change when it comes to the restructuring of home support?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good to see you in the chair. Just briefly on home support over time. So against population, the number of home support hours have increased over the period that I've been Minister of Health. There's really, you can look at home support on 2 line items really. Home support, which is provided by healthcare assistants, then community-based professional services, which are provided by obviously nurses and social workers and others. And both have increased significantly over time, but as the Seniors Advocate has noted, and others have noted, there is more need and will be more need. So with respect to her report, there is significant policy work being done right now with respect to the home support program, because it's not just a matter of doing what we've done, which is increased community-based service visits by some 23% against 2017, which is obviously a significant increase. The adult day services, which are a portion of community services, have gone up and then down as a result of the pandemic, and now coming up again. Similarly, within facility respite, which the member for Colonial Lake Country spoke of earlier. With respect to home support hours, what we're seeing is about a 7% increase over that period against a population increase which is less than that. That said, there's a lot more work need to be done. The level of home support services over which we spend about $693 million a year, and that number has increased significantly over time. And the amount we spend on community-based professional services, which is $899 million. Those 2 line items are significant line items in the budget. They're the subject of increases obviously this year, and we can talk about that as well. In addition, subject of the federal bilateral agreement and ongoing bilateral agreement for community-based services. And finally, the need to always to improve services for people. With respect to the recommendations of the report, there are really 5 sets of them. And remember, I'll try and go through very briefly, if that's okay. The member where we are on all of them. The first is to measure, monitor, and report on performance. And indeed, that focus on outcome and system performance is well underway. So we'll see that, and that work's being done consistent with that recommendation. These are the some of the outstanding recommendations that we standardize and set targets for all aspects of service delivery, and that work is being done in the same way. That we increase respite care. That was a recommendation of the Seniors Advocate that I acted on in 2019, but that has been affected somewhat by the pandemic. But those measures that we took on adult day programs on respite care in 2019 were done based on the recommendations at that time of the Seniors Advocate. We acted on those. In fact, the Seniors Advocate spoke at the announcement of those, and we're continuing to work on that. So that's a significant recommendation. And then she has the Seniors Advocate spoke about what are called financial barriers, or a copay for a portion of people. Remember, we know that about 2/3 of all those who receive home support pay zero, right? And there's a significant program when people can't afford it, where applications are made, and I can provide some details on that should the member wish, on how many applications are made and how we deal with those applications. So those are the items in the note. And those reforms are taking place, including, of course, the very significant increases in home support hours, the work of the HCAP program, and the important work that was done to, especially in Vancouver Coastal Health and Fraser Health, to bring home support services under the auspices of those health authorities, which was very useful during the very disruptive period of the pandemic.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Obviously, a significant concern, and I appreciate hearing that there is attention being paid to the recommendations. But one of the things that the report points out is that BC is the most expensive jurisdiction for home support, charging seniors for far more than all of the other provinces. And so we need to, and in fact, the example that's used is a person who earns an income of $29,000 would pay $9,000 for even 1 hour per day of home care. So, the title of the report, We Must Do Better, Home Support Services for BC Seniors, is exactly what we have to do. And we have certainly heard from a large number of seniors who are deeply concerned about the fact that they need help, they want to stay in their homes. And I should say that, for example, the National Association of Federal Retirees has laid out in a letter the kinds of things that they want to see take place, and they support the recommendations of the Seniors Advocate, and they urge all of us to work together across the country to make sure that investments in home care services are a priority. It allows seniors to age in place. And so that is a significant issue, and affordability is critical. I also want to speak to the issue, so perhaps I'll just ask this question. Quebec has a tax credit for families to actually, they have a model called Tax Credit for Home Support Services for Seniors. Through this credit, seniors are reimbursed for family-paid home support or eligible independent living services. Is the minister aware of that tax credit, and is anything that BC has considered?
Minister.
Thank you. First of all, 2/3 of people pay nothing, so there's no one lower than nothing, right? And Isabel McKenzie in her report focuses just over the margin. and that's of interest, and that's something that's absolutely worth looking at. With respect to taxation, I'd just say in a general sense, without being, because obviously the taxation questions are not in my jurisdiction. Many would say thank you for that. I won't comment further. But taxes in general, including for seniors, are higher in Quebec than they are here. So just put that in context. But certainly those kind of things are of interest. Isabel Mackenzie, interestingly, has talked about in the past, she's never proposed this formally in a report, a version for care of what you might call land tax deferment. And you could argue that to allow people effectively to pay for care and then compensate for that generally after they pass away. And that's an interesting proposal that she's talked about. So there are things you can do, and you can see that in the changes that were made in the budget, which Minister Conroy will talk about, and the supports for seniors that have been put in place in that area. I'd just say in general, what we need to do is, of course, advance policy considerations, but have more home care hours. And that requires two things: money, and we're providing that, and people. And the HCAP program is allowing us more and more to provide that. That's why we've been able to add 7% in that period, 7% to our client loading, and that's against population growth, and 20% in terms of our community, or 23% in terms of our community-based professional services. So those are key items, and a lot of people receive those visits. Obviously, the home support visits are larger in numbers, and the community-based professional services are larger in the number of clients. But compared to 2016-17, we have 18,000 more clients for community-based professional services, and those are services needed by people that help them stay in community and stay supported there. So those are important priorities, and I know that the seniors officer is very supportive of those changes, and in fact she was an advocate for the community-based changes, for the adult day services changes, for the in-facility respite changes that we made in 2019, and some of them we got to catch up again on, especially the adult day services. So I agree with all that. We have to take steps to make things more affordable for seniors, to give them more flexibility to make their own decisions. Those are tax questions. I'll leave that for the finance minister's estimates, but they're a consideration. And in addition to that, we've got to continue to build out services so we have capacity for people to receive those services. And finally, sorry, just to say that I will share with the member, I won't go through the long list of it, the number of applications we get for people who, for whatever reason, are in hardship and distress, and those that are approved every year. But it's a very high percentage of the applications received.
Member.
Can the minister tell me how many provinces do not charge for home support?
Minister.
I understand it's 5.
Member.
Certainly, a significant number of provinces do not charge for home support, and British Columbia does charge and is the most expensive. I also want to just speak to the issue of scope of services. We've heard a great deal of concern being expressed about what kind of home support is supported. And a number of things have been removed from the scope that is permissible. Is the minister reviewing the scope of services that are delivered in order to provide more flexibility and to look at issues like light housekeeping, a variety of things like that, for which there is deep concern that people need that kind of help? So is the minister looking at the scope of services?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And yes, that forms part of the review. I would say, we won't do this too much, that the major cuts to home support services occurred in 02 and 03 and 04, including the scope of those services, and that we're coming from that place. And with respect to the most expensive, as I say, most people, the majority of people who receive home support services pay nothing. Some do pay, and we have a copay system in BC which is consistent in to what it was when I became Minister of Health. And all these issues are issues for review. But my real priority is to expand the number of people who have access to services and the capacity of those services to deliver with more people in the community. But those are all issues in Ms. McKenzie's report, which I'm reviewing.
Member.
Thank you. I will simply point out that as the Seniors Advocate made clear, there is a consistent desire and a need for housekeeping, bathing, and meal preparation. And obviously, there are community-based programs that have been designed to try and meet those needs, according to the Seniors Advocate. It is not clear that they are able to meet the level of demand given the feedback from home support clients. It's also unclear if delivering community-based programs to home support clients as a separate service is as cost-effective as delivering them through the provincial home support system. So obviously, an interesting, we need to make sure that as the population continues to age, we are facing a capacity crunch when it comes to being able to accommodate seniors in long-term care. And frankly, the vast majority of seniors want to live in community. And given the appropriate level of support, they can do that for longer periods of time. So I wanted to be sure the minister and his team are reviewing the care model, the care plans that are in place, and looking at the issue of affordability. I want to move on to the dementia strategy very briefly. And again, we need to keep moving in terms of the time allocations that we have. Last year, in the fall, CanAge produced a cross-country report on dementia in Canada. The report assessed BC as not being dementia ready, specifically pointing out that there appeared to be no dementia strategy in place. Can the minister speak to the fact that in that report there was a concern that there is no overall strategy for dementia? And I'd appreciate hearing the minister's comments about that.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Government of Canada has, of course, released its National Dementia Strategy. We contributed to that, and they'll be doing an update on progress, and we've submitted to them our progress update that's incorporated into their update of the strategy, which will be released in their 2023 progress report that will include British Columbia. We were involved in that. There's a national strategy. That's important. We also have provincial elements. The member will be aware that in 2016, in this case, there was a provincial guide to dementia care established in BC, which provides assistance to people who are addressing those issues, and all of the work we do with the Alzheimer's Society as well is an important part of that. And so we are building our own plan in in coordination with the national plan. There's no need really for two plans, but there's some BC elements, and obviously BC, our jurisdiction is important in that respect, that we're doing right now. That obviously includes changes in the way that we do capital in long-term care. See that reflected as we build new long-term care homes, including some that are called dementia villages, and that's important. Our supports for workers in long-term care, including the work involved in the PIECES Learning and Development Program, and all of the work we're doing in long-term care, and then the work we're doing in community. So we'll be preparing, as the federal government updates the national dementia strategy that we're part of, and we have 13 items that are our contribution to that. We'll be doing updating our own provincial strategy and laying that out in the next year.
Member.
Well, thank you. And certainly we've seen across the country that Canada has a dementia strategy in place as far back as 2019. So we need to articulate a plan specifically, and I think, and I know the minister and I are at the same luncheons and provide support here in the province. But when a report points out that there is, from their perspective, the assessment was that BC is not considered dementia ready. And we know that there is going to be an increase in the number of people impacted by dementia. And so again, it comes down to what is the plan, what are the details? And I understand the minister is, providing feedback and updating that information. We need an explicit, well-articulated, transparent, and publicly available plan that talks about what we are going to do to care for people who are impacted with dementia today and into the future. I want to also speak to the issue of antipsychotics. And when we look at the data related to the ministry, when it comes to actually, and service plan, the service plan again outlined the targets. So if we look at it, year after year, the ministry has actually missed the targets in terms of lowering the incidence in which antipsychotics were potentially inappropriately used. So this year's target is set for 25%, when last year's updated forecast was 28.1, leaving the goal of reaching 18% put off until 2025-26. So last year, the forecast was 28. That's actually been adjusted now to 25%. This is a very serious issue, and I'm wondering if the minister could speak to the strategy that's being utilized to reduce the inappropriate use of antipsychotics in long-term care. Who's responsible for executing the strategy? And, obviously I'm assuming the minister is providing, or the ministry is providing, budget resources and FTEs to manage the situation. And when we look at, in 2022, at least the 2022 estimates, not one single health authority, when it comes to the percentage of long-term care residents taking antipsychotics without a psychosis diagnosis, not one health authority met the target. So I'm hoping the minister can explain how the revised target has been put in place. It was 18%, it is now 25%. Very serious issue, and I'm wondering if the minister can explain who's responsible for making sure that we continue to see significant movement to an improved set of circumstances when it comes to the use of antipsychotics.
Minister.
Thank you. So on the use of antipsychotics, there is no question. Progress in 2017-18, progress in 2018-19, progress in 2019-20, and then here and in most other jurisdictions in the country, it went the other way during the years of the pandemic. And so we have work to do in this regard. And I think it's an important priority. It's why it's core to the service plan. No taking that away from the service plan. It's right in there. And we'll be held accountable by it every single year. So we do have an action plan to reduce this and to meet our targets. The target is to start going in the other direction, and we want to exceed it, and we'll have an opportunity in next year's estimates to see whether we have or not. And there is a series of engagements, policy directions, and increasing the scope and scale of the PIECES program that have been put in place and are being put in place now that will assist us in this task. But it is high. I don't like to see it going in the direction it's gone the last 2 years since the pandemic. We want to continue the progress we've made in the years before that, and even, I believe, progress in 2016-17 as well, year unto year. We want to make real progress this year and to get back to where we were as soon as possible before the pandemic, and then make further progress towards the 18% that had been suggested before. So there is an action plan to make system-wide improvements to address this situation. We are making progress. That progress was clearly interrupted. You can see it in the numbers. And we have to make system-wide improvements to make sure that we go back to making progress and reducing these numbers. Just in a general sense, people know this, that there are significant adverse effects of the overuse of antipsychotic medications, and it increases the risks of falls and stroke and death in older persons. So I'm strongly of the view that it has to come down. We have an action plan in place to do that. This was affected, as other things were, by the pandemic. But while we're still in the pandemic, we have to make progress and reverse direction on this, and we have a plan in place to do just that.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the minister's answer. We just need to, be reminded that antipsychotic medications, according to the Seniors Advocate, were administered to 34% of long-term care residents. That's a 3% increase over the previous year. And the rate of antipsychotic use is the highest in 5 years, and it represents a 14% increase over the rate in 2017-2018. And both measures, when we look at the antipsychotic usage in BC, are above the national average. And so that is a significant concern, and I understand the fact that we had a pandemic and all of those things. But the bottom line is, we need to take this extremely seriously. And I'm not suggesting the minister isn't, but the targets have been recalibrated. And if the minister looks at the targets carefully, they haven't been met at all. When you look at the targets that have been set, and we look at the numbers. The target in 2021-22 was 19% was the target, and the forecast was 27%, 23% in 2020. It was 25%, the forecast, and the list goes on. And now we see that in 2022-23, the target was 18%, and the forecast is 28.1%. These are people receiving antipsychotics without a diagnosis of a psychosis. So I'll leave my comments there. Obviously, we want to continue to see that as a service plan performance measure. And let's be clear, it is that the way that this performance measure is titled is potentially inappropriate use of antipsychotics in long-term care. That's pretty serious. And so, again, we've seen the targets modified, and we want to ensure that we continue to see progress and to see those numbers moving in the right direction. I want to just very quickly touch on the issue of climate change. We know that one of the most devastating things that I have actually had to ask questions about in my career was the fact that 619 mostly frail British Columbians died during a heat dome. Almost all of them were indoors, and a majority of whom were seniors who lived alone. And no part of the province, I know, because I had a family call me in Prince George about walking into their loved one's home to find that person deceased. So it doesn't matter where you live in this province, it was an absolutely horrific outcome. And the stress that it's caused for families and all of those things. So I want the minister to assure me that that the government has taken the coroner's review seriously. And I'd like to begin by asking, has the health system wildfire response been updated to ensure that it is better utilized and integrated into provincial and local responses, particularly as it pertains to seniors?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I agree with the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member will know because I believe I shared with her the report that was prepared by Dr. Sarah Henderson from the BC CDC, which did a map of fatalities that had affected people, of course, in communities such as the downtown east side, but very much up and down the Kingsway corridor from Fraser and Kingsway to the brow of the hill in New Westminster. Part of the reason for that is the nature of the housing in that corridor, or some of the apartment housing in this corridor, which made people vulnerable, and the fact that someone who lives in an apartment in that corridor, the temperature was 36 degrees in the middle of the night in our apartment. And so it had a profound effect on everyone. It particularly had a profound effect on older people. I believe it's the case that no one under 50 passed away, which is astonishing considering the population. No one under 50 passed away. So the people who were vulnerable were older people. I can take the member through our response to the coroner service recommendation, but the detail maybe we'll share with her, because there's a recommendation and response. And so all of the recommendations have been completed, our work, but two. So I want to, and those are recommendations 2D and 2E, one of which we discussed, sorry, 2D and 2E, I think are the two, that we conduct a review about issuing cooling devices. We discussed that recently with the member for the leader of the third party recently, I believe in question, or perhaps the member for Saanich and the Island, one of the Green Party members around that. And we are drafting a report with respect to implementing cooling devices. I already went through the investment in long-term care on that side of things. And in fact, our long-term care response under the circumstances, which were very difficult, was significant and quite good. And the investments in the hundreds of millions of dollars in long-term care to build climate resilience in those circumstances was important, and some of that money, of course, came from the Government of Canada. So we take the report very seriously and the actions very seriously. The coroner's review and recommendations are largely complete, but the ones that are not complete are significant ones, and the discussion about the provision of air conditioning and all of the circumstances of that is a significant public policy question, but one that the Ministry of Health is in active review of. But we did go through on all of our areas significant action. I'll be happy to share in detail our response with the honourable member.
Member.
Thank you. And I would actually, I'm wondering if the minister would provide me with, because one of the questions I had specifically related to the issue of climate change was looking at what resources were made available to deal with air conditioning and obviously air purification, those kinds of things. So the minister could give me a breakdown. He doesn't have to do that verbally. I would just really appreciate the opportunity to hear more about where exactly those resources have been deployed. That would be most helpful. I'm trying to work my way through to ensure we get started on the general health estimates, but I do want to ask a specific question related to what is very painful for many people, particularly in older populations, and that is the issue of shingles. Risk increases with age. 1 in 3 adults over the age of 50 will get shingles, and half of those who live to be 85 will experience it at least once. Other jurisdictions, and I note Ontario, PEI, Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and through some federal program have provided support. There are other significant benefits to consider, obviously less ER visits, less need for prescriptions. The cost for the vaccine, there is a shingles vaccine obviously, and as I said, some jurisdictions are already looking at vaccinating adults that are 65 or older. And if we were to do that in British Columbia, if we were to vaccinate adults 65 and over, we could avoid 84,000 cases, and that translates to 208,000 physician visits. one would think at a time where it's difficult to actually get to see a physician in British Columbia, taking those kinds of things out of physicians' offices would be an important investment. So I'm wondering if the minister has looked, and the cost for the vaccine is well over $300 because it requires 2 doses. And anyone who's experienced it knows how incredibly painful and difficult it is. So has the minister looked at the research, and is there work underway to consider providing coverage for the shingles vaccine in BC?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. When we go through the process of the approval of vaccination process, we of course get advice from healthcare professionals, and we do in this case, and from our exceptional team in pharmacare. BC has led in many areas of this, including recently, as everyone knows, the implementation of universal contraception, but also significant other measures. One of the reasons why we led Canada, and everybody has followed now on biosimilars, is to create more capacity in the pharmacare system to pay for more drugs, particularly, I would say, which is not the case for Shingrix, which is not a rare disease, but it's expensive, which is the vaccine that's typically used. The provinces that have entered in this area have done it in quite a limited way, although I understand Quebec made an announcement this week, which I'm not up to date on, but I saw, I think, in one of those items on the news that goes at the bottom of the screen. So it is something that we review all the time, right? And to see both its cost and to assess that cost against efficacy as a public health measure and against obviously other priorities. It is an interesting and important proposal, I think, and how one would measure it and how one would measure risk and for whom is an important question. But it is a question that is under review and has been under review at my direction in the Ministry of Health. And obviously we will be seeking the advice, and we get the advice of healthcare professionals who advise us, including in public health, in pharmacare, and obviously all the people who are involved in drug approval decisions in BC. But it is something that many people in British Columbia, in spite of its cost, have seen fit to take this the Shingrix vaccine, the shingles, the anti-shingles vaccine, and it's an issue we're clearly looking at.
Member.
Thank you to the minister, and I know the minister is well aware that CanAge and CARP and other seniors organizations, this is an important consideration for them, for the people, the seniors that they represent. So I want to encourage the minister to continue to look at the return on investment from and making those vaccines more accessible and affordable for particularly those over the 65 and over. I want to end this section related to long-term care and seniors, and then I'm going to move into the more general questions about health. But one of the things we know is that being a caregiver is really challenging for many families. And we know that, again, we look at information provided by our seniors advocate, by seniors organizations, deeply concerned about affordability and about access and about, the kinds of care they're going to need in the future. But I'm wondering, the seniors advocate has recommended increased home support hours and increased access to day programs, for example, to provide the kind of support that family caregivers need to support the person they're caring for. So what has the Ministry of Health budgeted to deal with the needs of family caregivers? And what kind of measures, what kind of data does the ministry look at in terms of looking at caregiver stress and distress?
Minister.
So in 2018-19, we put in place a substantial plan to increase respite care, adult day programs for seniors and their loved ones. And it was very successful until the beginning of COVID. In fact, in the year that includes COVID, but only in the last couple of weeks of that fiscal year, just in terms of adult day programs. It was an increase in 55,000 days on a base of 237,000 days. In other words, those numbers increased in those 2 years by 8% in the first year and 14% in the second year. And those are critical programs for people living in communities. Really important. Those adult day programs are of huge value. And they were, if you look back to the 2019 and 2020 estimates, they were, 2019 and 2018 estimates, they were some of the most important things I consider in the entire Ministry of Health that we did in those times. And we did those at the very recommendation of Isabel McKenzie and funded those with 145 million over the 5 years. Of course, we had 123 adult day program sites, and we do now, and 113, all of them were closed. All of them were closed. It was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking for all the people involved in that, just heartbreaking. People working them, of course, were doing other work and were reassigned because of COVID, so we were doing, they were working, but 113, 123 have reopened. And we have to continue to build out. We went through this process where they were rocketing up, adult day programs, then they went down 97% in 1 year. Don't often hear that for a program that everybody cares about and I care about because of COVID. And now they're coming right back up, and there's some ridiculous percentage increase this year, which I won't bore anyone with it, except to say that that's significant and that's happening. We are, I think key in addition to that is expanding respite care of various kinds, because I think respite care for families trying to sustain through the difficult circumstance of having a loved one, especially an older loved one, in need of care and support from them, is the ability to access respite care. And that those were the two priorities. Early on in my time as Minister of Health, I sat down with Isabel McKenzie and we say, well, what can we do? What's the most important things to do? And those were the two things she said. Now, Isabel McKenzie has other requests, but those are the two most important, and we address those substantially and historically right away, and they've been affected by the pandemic. We also have to, I think, work with the United Way, and that program, which we have talked about in previous estimates, the Better at Home program, was substantially added to and increased during the pandemic and will continue to be. And we don't have to talk about every subject, but I know that members of the opposition are strong supporters of that program. In fact, it was put in place and started when the BC Liberal Party, now the BC United Party, was in government. And so, and we're continuing to make those efforts. And I think we have to take all of the debate about making life more affordable for everyone is also critical, and that will be a debate more in the estimates of the Ministry of Finance. But those are some of the key sort of health program items we do. But I think achieving and re-achieving that growth and that rocketing up of adult day programs is one of the most important things we can do, because it will also allow and promote seniors getting out of their homes and engaging in activities in the community that support directly their health, but also their overall well-being.
Member.
Thank you. And yes, it was, frankly, it's hard to imagine what it was like to see all of those programs closed. So it seems that the minister is indicating that the vast majority of them have reopened. I'm wondering if the ministry maintains data on current wait times for respite.
Minister.
Thank you. That wait time didn't previously exist in our data, and we're making changes now to see that it's in place by the time we do this again next year. But that wait time data, the specific one that we measure a lot of things with, it hasn't been used for respite care. We're making changes to our collection of data and our organization of data to make that available, and as soon as it is, I'll be letting the member know.
Member.
Last year, I asked the minister if additional funding would be allocated in that fiscal year, 22-23, for funding to ensure the provision of respite care was equitably placed across the province. The minister agreed that that would, or the minister noted that that would be provided. Can the minister provide me an update on that funding, where it was allocated and where it was allocated to?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What we'll do, we can show, and I could answer the amounts going up, but my staff doesn't have the exact information by health authority, which is probably how we do it. But I'm happy to obtain that before the end of estimates, so the member could ask questions about the detail of it at that time. If that works, that works.
Member.
Thank you. That would be very much appreciated. I want to, before we move on to the next, the first sort of section we're going to talk about when it comes to primary care in the province. We're gonna start in terms of access to a primary care doctor. I have a colleague that's going to ask a question momentarily about that, but I want to just, first of all, never enough time and to walk through these issues, but I think today beginning yesterday, we recognize that you know, there is a big challenge facing us when it comes to the quality and capacity we need to care for older British Columbians in this province. We need to make sure that we are looking at additional capacity. And if a vulnerable senior needs to be in a long-term care home, they should be have options about that to look at. We have ALC patients that are spending a lot of time in hospitals across the province where they should be in other places. We know that we need to deal with the issue of healthcare professionals. We need additional support for home care, and I'm urging the minister to look at flexibility and how home care support is provided, because ultimately it will help people stay in their homes longer, which is what seniors want. I am very concerned about extreme weather and how that impacts frail elderly British Columbians who live in their homes. I will wait to see the information that the minister provides to me around long-term care and the changes that have been made when it comes to air quality and looking at air conditioning, for example. And most importantly, and I know the minister hears it all the time, I certainly hear it virtually every day, as do my colleagues, affordability is an issue for seniors in this province. And we need to be finding ways to ensure that there are services that are high quality, that they are accessible, and when necessary, when people do have a portion of that to pay, it needs to be affordable. So there is, from my perspective, a lot of work to do when it comes to caring for seniors in the province. Yes, the minister's pointed out the numbers in terms of investment and all of you know, the detailed information he's provided today, but make no mistake about it, there is enormous challenge ahead of us as we deal with the capacity necessary to care for seniors. So I will, from there, I'm going to move on. If I have any additional questions, I will share them with the minister, and I will look forward to receiving the information in as timely a way as possible related to the questions the minister has provided to me. So I'm going to begin the section on access to a primary care doctor with my colleague from Shuswap.
Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I certainly appreciate the opportunity that the member for Prince George Valemount has provided me to ask some specific questions around healthcare delivery in the Shuswap. Just as we get started, just wondering if the minister might just share the value that this government currently places on our community health centers. There's 2 specific community health centers in the Shuswap riding, both South Shuswap and North Shuswap. They provide invaluable service to local residents. And through the Honourable Chair, to the Minister, just wonder if the Minister could share the value that he places on those community health centres, of which there's approximately, I believe, about 30 across the province.
Minister.
Well, I feel like there may not be enough time, but I'll give it my best. I think there's never been as significant a period of growth for community health centres in BC as there has been in the last few years. We've added community health centres in most of the health authorities. They're programs that come from the community. Some of them have been Indigenous-led, including the Luma Medical Centre, Vancouver. Others have been led by community groups such as RISE and others. And we have a new community health centre coming, not in the immediate area, but closer to his riding than mine in Rutland. A new community health centre coming in Lake Country. There's never been as much promotion of community health centres. Secondly, our core delivery of primary care services and program are what are called primary care networks. And across BC, we've added net new 1,450 providers. Those include doctors and nurse practitioners and nurses and allied health professionals and healthcare workers across the system that support, and those proposals all came from communities to us, funding proposals, and then were approved, and they're either in their 4th or 3rd or 2nd, their 1st year of operation, the 64 that are currently in place, so that's significant. And finally, I'd say with respect to community health centers, because I think the member might have other questions, so I'm going to give him the 2-minute answer, not the 15-minute answer, but there are 13 minutes behind this if you want. But I'd say that the new agreements, the work we've done on nurse practitioners to almost triple the number of nurse practitioners working in BC within 4 years. So we'd had nurse practitioners. In fact, it was the member's predecessor, one of them, Mr. Abbott, who first saw nurse practitioners come to BC and in their scope of practice. But in 2017 we were last in Canada, and we've led Canada in new nurse practitioners and almost tripled the number, and they're very important in primary care. But the new agreement with doctors is going to be significant for the development of community health centers. For a generation, people have been saying that fee-for-service didn't work and wasn't consistent with the development of community health centers and what was needed by communities. And so we have an agreement that's fundamentally changed that. We'll talk about that more with the opposition health critic, I'm sure. You're talking about 2,855 people have signed it since it came in place in February 1st. 400 of them, more than 420 of them, not billing under longitudinal family practice last year. So it's been extraordinary success. It was because we built it up with doctors. Finally, we're tripling the number over 2 years in the Practice Ready Assessment Program, which is important for rural communities in BC, including ones in the members' community that have benefited from that program, which is important. And our new to practice contracts have dramatically increased the number of new to practice doctors, new doctors from our medical schools going into primary care. When you add spaces in BC, so people know this, 80% of BC graduates stay and practice in BC. That number in Alberta is 60%. So 80% stay in BC, 8% go to Alberta on our side, 60% stay in Alberta, 20% come to BC on their side. So that demonstrates that when we're adding spaces in medical schools in our distributed model, which came into place when the Members' Party was in government to a great extent, that is a benefit to all of BC.
Member.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, the community health centres are certainly cost-effective, certainly are very responsive to community needs, but what they lack is sustainable funding. Through Honourable Chair, to the Minister, is there an opportunity, and has government given consideration to providing ongoing sustainable funding for these community health centres?
Minister.
So when I became minister in 2017-18, there wasn't a community health center in BC that wasn't in jeopardy at that time. And so we have put in place sustaining funding for community health centers over that period. Secondly, in the development of primary care networks, which are funding in communities, so those decisions get made that come from the communities and that get funded through the communities, there's significant and has been significant support for community health centers. Thirdly, we've aided and worked with communities developing community health centers, so we've worked with the sustainment of them and with those developing new ones. So new community health centers have developed with us significant funding arrangements. That's the work that we've been doing, I think, and I think it's set a successful resolution this week in Rutland, and we'll have in other places. They're going to look differently in different places, but I'd argue that we're going to go, and if you look at the number of community centers, health centers overall, it's over 100, but sometimes the advocates in the area don't include ones that are health authority owned and operated and so on. So you're going to see, I think, an exponential increase in community health centers because it reflects the will of health professionals who, at least as doctors, were paid under a fee-for-service model, which was very hard to translate into a community health center model. We had, when I became Minister of Health, about 80% of billings were fee-for-service, and now the majority of family practice providers have joined a new plan, which is different than that, which dramatically fits the community health center model. So we're going to be working with community health centers, of course, to develop new ones, support existing ones. We have been. And this has been the largest period of growth in the history of BC for community health centers as a result. And we're going to work with them. And you know, these are also, I would say, community health centers, which means they're developed given the priorities of individual communities. So we work with communities to sustain them, and you're seeing in Souk and in Colwood, but also in communities in the Interior Health and in communities in Metro Vancouver and all across the province, more community health centers. The two I've described, the most recent ones, are ones that are in the Interior Health Authority, not far from the mayor's constituency, at least closer to his than mine, in Kelowna, in the Kelowna area, and we're gonna keep doing more. I think as we go forward, the idea of there being a small number or a few dozen community health centers disproportionately in the Gulf Islands will be a thing of the past, and we're going to see a significant growth of those. So we're advancing that throughout our primary care initiatives.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Through you to the Minister, so the concerns that have been raised is that what the health authorities or health centers are sharing with me is that it's not sustainable. They don't have confidence that the funding is going to continue to be there in the years ahead. And so, you know, the Minister has shared with us his support and the value of them and the likelihood of expansion of additional community health centers across the province. But when it comes to communities that are struggling under financial hardship, doing fundraising drives just to keep the doors open, and if we contrast that to the massive investments of funds in creating the urgent primary care centers, many of which are understaffed and not necessarily fulfilling what their initial mandate was, the community health centers are far more cost effective. And so through your Honourable Chair to the Minister indicates that, you know, want to continue to provide funding, but it is not guaranteed or sustainable funding when the community health centers are seeking funding opportunities year over year over year. And so I think to be fair to the community health centers and those societies that do a huge amount of work in keeping those facilities open and providing those very important services to the local community, is there any assurance that the Minister can provide with respect to funding? Is it based on a per person basis, by visits? Is there any form of confidence that these health authorities will have that the funding is going to be there for them in the future?
Minister.
Well, first of all, 1,400 new FTEs across primary care networks. And we'll talk about, that's the broader issue of primary care. I'm sure we'll talk about it all. And those are decisions made by community, which is the idea of community health centers. Those were proposals that came from the community, were approved by the Ministry, of course, for funding. As you'd expect, the amount of money is the vast majority of incremental money we spent on primary care over the last number of years, not on UPCCs, on primary care networks, which support existing patient homes whether they be community health centers or others. So, and that money was put in place, it's in the base, and it continues, right? The primary care network money. So, in what I think some community health centers would argue is they've had a difficult time working and operating within primary care networks or getting the priority from the other community effort to provide primary care, and that's an interesting discussion. We've added, there are new community health centers all over the province. We've added them, we have funding agreements with them, and we look forward to more proposals. Right? That's just fairly straightforward. If there are issues with the centers in the member's constituency, I will absolutely meet with him and meet with them to discuss those issues, because this is a priority for us. We're done, so people, because the member hasn't talked about them too much, but I want the member to understand that we're very supportive of them. The latest two are not in, they're in one of his colleagues' riding. And his colleague has been working to see that those happen, both in Rutland and in Lake Country, and absolutely prepared to discuss that and work with the honourable member to support community health centres in his riding. I personally think I'm a strong supporter of the model. That's why we've delivered for them in an unprecedented way. I mean, I'm not going to do the whole dance of what happened before and after, but in an unprecedented way. I can say that. And that's continuing. And I think that it's going to increasingly be the model. But we are continuing to support primary care networks and accepting, because the vast majority of patient homes are in what one might describe as private clinics, which are basically doctors' offices, right? Of various kinds. And we want to include those and network those together in a primary care network, not have 100 different organizations somewhere or 20, but to have people network together and working together to provide team-based care everywhere. Sometimes, if you have someone like me who has type 1 diabetes, you're a doctor, that person needs help from a dietitian, and having that within a primary care network makes a lot of sense, right? So we want to work that together. We don't want to create new silos between communities. We want the primary care network to work. We want to build out more community health centers. And I think, and this is a change, right? This is a change in the economics of practice. There was a time when you could sell your practice for a certain amount of money. You'd think your doctor selling the patient lists and files, and a new doctor coming over and that having value. That's changed. And that's why doctors said the fee-for-service model was broken. And so they're looking for a community health center model, especially younger doctors. You see this in the recruitment. They're looking for exactly what the member's talking about and what we're looking to do, a model where they can practice medicine and someone else will take care of the overhead and take care of the operations and the will of the community, and they want to go and practice medicine, whether they're nurse practitioners or nurses or doctors or allied health professionals or whoever. So I'm a passionate supporter of community health centers, interested in discussing with the member and with the community health centers in his constituency, interested in pursuing that, because I think it's a priority and it's transformational for the healthcare system. Not all of it has to be to go from private practice to health authority owned and operated, that these models are really good. I think I'll save the debate on the UPCCs. I obviously don't agree with the member to my debate with the member for Prince George Valemount, if I may, and I'll yield the floor.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions about community health centres, and I have some more specific questions about those. But in order to save the members' time, I'm hoping the minister will entertain a question about infrastructure. I have other questions about that, but I would prefer the member from Shuswap to be able to ask that question now.
No problem.
Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I certainly appreciate the latitude to the Minister. Shuswap Lake General Hospital, it has been scheduled for some significant capital upgrades for a number of years, specifically the operating room, which to my understanding no longer meets national standards. It's not physically large enough to meet a lot of the requirements for a lot of new equipment, as well as there was capital plan expansion for the ambulatory care, as well as for the acute care center. So Shuswap Lake General does not have an ICU. It has an ACU, I believe it's referred to as. Anyhow, so there was kind of three main capital projects. For the last 6-7 years now, we've been continuing to ask questions about where those sat. And we were very fortunate a couple of years ago where we understand that Shuswap Lake General, that the prioritization of the expansion for Shuswap Lake General for those 3 areas was finally advanced, finally met the criteria, and is moving forward. Unfortunately, through your Honourable Chair, to the Minister, the project seems to have been kind of stalled out for the last 3 years. Last year, it was certainly my understanding that all 3 of those capital plans were moving forward, and yet I was unfortunately informed back in November that the 3 different capital projects were now, in essence, reduced down to just a focus on the operating room. And I'm increasingly concerned that even the work that was undertaken to do the planning around a new operating room now may potentially be just a modification or a refurb of the existing operating room. So the projects that were initially put forward, initially advanced, and to my understanding and knowledge was actually approved and moving forward, there's been a significant change. Some of the reasons that have been shared with me is challenges with available workforce, as well as significant capital cost increases, which has negatively impacted, to my understanding, some of the projects moving forward. So I just want to bring this to the Minister's attention, certainly a grave concern for individuals in Shuswap. And I might also add that Shuswap Lake General is actually 9 years older than the Cowichan Hospital, which is currently undergoing a big new expansion. And I'm certainly having a hard time squaring the lack of capital in the Interior Health Region with these modest refurb programs and expansions of Shuswap Lake General, where a project on the island, we learned just back in December, has had a $455 million increase in capital due to what's determined to be supply chain challenges and labor shortages. So, through your Honourable Chair, certainly appreciate any information the Minister can share. And as the Minister had also indicated his willingness to meet directly, I certainly will take him up on that offer if that also exists with respect to discussion on this capital project. So seems to be a lack of information flowing back between Interior Health and those that are actually on the Capital Planning Committee at Shuswap Lake General.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank the member for his question. I suppose one could always, there's always a debate between constituencies and areas of the province. The member might well say that his project's more important than the one in his colleagues, the riding of his colleague from Peace River South, which he was waiting for 14 years and was finally approved under this government, or his, I guess it's his former colleague from the Chaco Lakes in Fort St. James, or the project in his colleague from Terrace, a hospital which I think is also 6 years younger than his hospital, which we've approved at Mills Memorial and Go Ahead. Those are all, the capital building projects program in the interior BC has been phenomenal since 2017. The priorities that we've met are significant, and there's more to do. I mean, even in the case of the hospital, the Shuswap Lake Hospital, that's $7 million on the capital side since I became Minister of Health. They are approved to go ahead for the planning process, the business case process for the project at his hospital, right? And so, and that's part of, there's different ranges of projects, and we're building across the province, disproportionately, by the way, in opposition ridings. So, just to be clear, disproportionately opposition ridings because in those ridings, there are a lot of hospitals that were built at the same time as Shuswap Lake. In 58, in 59, in 61, in 62, in 64, and in 67. Right? Those were the, and so in some respects, unless you make improvements, they're at the end of their working life by the time you get to 2023. In the case of the member for Prince George Valemont and the project in Prince George, for example, we have operating rooms that were built in the late 1970s, but the whole north depends upon, that are out of date in that case, right? And so I'm sure we'll have a discussion about that later. So it is, these programs and projects are a priority in Shuswap Lake Hospital, and particularly around surgery, because we want people to have and be able to have surgery at the highest quality with the highest efficiency, closer to home and community. So projects, these are extraordinary capital program that's going in place right now for healthcare, and it's not favoring one part of the province, it's favoring the demand and need in every part of the province. I had this discussion with the member for Kootenay East yesterday, and he told me that, well, it was important that we did projects in Williams Lake and Dawson Creek and so on. What he was most concerned about were the ones in Cranbrook. And he was reminding me that all politics is local, which I guess the member is doing as well. But I would say that Shuswap Lake Hospital is also, the General Hospital is also a priority, and we are moving forward with those projects as well, and I'd be happy to follow up with them on.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much to the Minister and to my colleague for those questions on behalf of his constituents. And I know the Minister knows for sure that we'll be going back to the situation in Prince George. We will get there. I'm just going to pick up on my colleague's questions about community health centres. So can the Minister tell me how many community health centres are currently open in each health authority? And of those, how many received guaranteed annual funding?
Minister.
There are about, in BC, there are about 100 community health centers. 100. A significant number of those, though, are health authority owned and operated ones, the ones they call community health centers. I think if the member's asking questions with regard to the groups are sort of nonprofit led community health centers, the number is smaller than that of the association. They're more than this. They're about, I think the association has 25 to 30 members. All of them receive different kinds of funding from government. Typically and historically, they were a combination of healthcare professionals on either APP contracts, which is alternate payment, or under fee-for-service models. So that would be their contribution that would be managed through them. And then other grants that are received often from health authorities, the Ministry of Health, and fundraising in communities and other additional things that take them beyond that, plus other ministries if their function is beyond the strict healthcare domain, right? And so often you'll see a community health center operating with significant cross subsidies. So we have a number under our primary care plan. We have about 70 FTEs working at 6 new community health centers. That one is called RISE in CHC in Vancouver Coastal Health, and another called Root CHC and Fraser Health, Island Sexual Health, which is expanded to a community health center, West Shore CHC, it's a community health center in the West Shore, Luther Court CHC, those are on Vancouver Island, and Umbrella Multicultural Health Cooperative, which is in Fraser. So of the new primary care network funds that we talked about, that's in those approximately 70 full-time equivalents. In addition, we provide significant grant funding to the British Columbia Association of Community Health Centers. And I think that what we're going to see in the coming year is really explosive growth of community health centers, and we're seeing it now. I mean, talk to the member for Kelowna Lake Country mentioned it, one in Rutland, one in Lake Country. I think we're going to see a lot more because the new funding model and the way that we remunerate physicians, which is more connected to the old APP model, but it's a new model of providing that, will make it easier for those physicians to operate within community health centers. And I hear more and more from physicians that they will support that. So those are ones. There's, in addition to that, of course, a very significant number of community health centers in the Gulf Islands, so they would be under one model. There's the one, there's REACH, which is in Vancouver Coastal Health, and Mid-Maine, where we've given both in capital and operating funds for them to expand their operation. As the member will know, REACH also operates an urgent and primary care center in its model, but also a lot of other services on its site, and it's sort of the grandparent of community health centers in BC in many ways. It's sort of an old style. They fought through many years of many threats of closure and are still with us and have received substantial support from the government. So what I'll try and do is get a list so that we have them by health authorities. I think it's fair to say that many smaller communities have a version of it that wouldn't be called a community health center. And of course, obviously, there's significantly more APP funding and direct funding for example, doctors in smaller communities than fee-for-service funding. That's been the historic development over time. And all of those, both of those groups, both in rural healthcare and in community, are favored by the new funding model for doctors. And so I would expect, as I say, more and more community health centers to be developed over the next little while.
Member.
Thank you. Can the minister tell me how many patients have been attached to date to a primary care provider at the centres?
Just direct the comments to the chair.
No, I was just...
Minister.
So in terms of newly attached under the initiatives of the primary care plan broadly, it's the number is 263,917. 263,917. A very significant part of that are in primary care networks, of which the others form a part. The community health centers, several of them are just getting going, so it's not really, it's not the moment early on to judge, and in a number of the cases, they're taking on patient profiles that have higher acuity, and that's of course something that's addressed in the new funding model for all for longitudinal family practice in the province. But that's the overall numbers. The share of that of community health centers is relatively small. At this point, I would suspect, I'll have to get some confirmation on the numbers for each community health center. But, and the number for primary care networks broadly is a lot. Urgent and primary care centers form part of that, of course. They provided primarily episodic care, particularly in this period of the pandemic. I think about 1.7 million visits. And so that's an important aspect of delivery of care in the province, as are walk-in clinics. And they are also providing some new attachments. So that's overall the attachment on the initiatives, all of the initiatives together. That's and that's part of the reason why we saw in the past year a decline in the number of people seeking a family practice doctor in BC in the numbers. But 263 newly attached would include those who would have lost their family doctor. Right? So it's not like the number of seeking a family doctor would be reduced by 263. And remember, we've also added a very significant number of people to BC because of the growth of the economy.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. One of the things we hear about community health centres is that they actually have a really significant degree of satisfaction in terms of the people who work there. And so I think that's really important when we think about the models. They have a fully integrated model. I'm wondering if the government is considering putting more funding into supporting community health centres to look at things like operating costs, overhead, assistance when it comes to capital planning, funding for expansion, program funding. Could the minister speak directly to that?
Minister.
So I think the other key aspect of the community health center, which sometimes it isn't well understood. I was at a session a while ago and someone said, well, why don't you create more community health centers? I said, well, I don't think the Minister of Health should be creating them. A community health center by definition comes from the community. Okay? So we enable them, but we don't create them. And it's an important consideration. We've seen this consistently when people have come forward with proposals, for example, in the Western communities, a very important proposal that was around for at least 2 decades before we funded it, I think in 2021, I'm guessing. The proposal at RISE, which I feel particularly pride in, but came forward from Collingwood Neighbourhood House, and it's in my constituency for all things, and it's about 125 meters from my apartment. I'm not a patient there, but that's where it is, and it's dealing with really high acuity people in the neighborhood and the community. Those are proposals that came from Collingwood Neighbourhood House. We worked with them. We funded the proposal. The same in Colwood. The same we're doing in Souk, which initially was a medical clinic, and we supported it in its capital expenditure in Souk, and then supported it now as it's transforming to a community health center. So we are absolutely open to things that come from the community that support this idea, and have provided in all of those cases capital funding and support. So we'll be looking to do more of that. We did, of course, in the case of REACH as well, with the UPCC and others. So we went through a period, there weren't very many community health centers. When I became Minister of Health, there's a lot more now. There'll be a lot more next year this time, and there'll be a lot more 2 years from now, because the new funding model and this investment in community primary care is yielding those results. So I would expect to see more and more. Even in the next few months, we're going to see 2 more in interior health that have been put forward in the last 2 weeks, but reflect the work that doctors are doing in that case with the community.
Member.
Well, thank you to the Minister for that response, and the fact that there is a significant, and we certainly understand that they need to be community driven. We're not asking the Minister to, create them, but when you look at the work that's done and the concerns that are being expressed by the BC Association of Community Health Centres, it really centers around sustainable funding. So the Minister provided us with a response. But let me provide the minister with a quote that related to the concerns that the BC Association of Community Health Centres have. The current primary care network framework for funding care does not align with community health centre principles and inhibits CHC growth, development, and capacity to serve the needs of communities and specific population groups in BC. And in fact, what they are calling on the minister and the government to do is to look at these CHCs, and the minister has spoken very positively about them today, as a solution to increasing healthcare access. And all of us know that is absolutely essential in our province. But what they're asking for is a separate funding model. And it would certainly clear up the concerns about how the funding is being allocated, whether or not it's sustainable. So the specific ask is to create a separate funding model to assist with development and operation of the centres. So I'm wondering if the minister is aware of that ask and whether any work is being done to develop a sustainable funding model for community health centres, and what that work looks like, and does it reflect the concerns that are being expressed that there needs to be a specific separate funding model?
Minister.
And I think you've seen examples across BC where we have provided core funding. But I don't quite accept the premise, and I don't think the member would accept the premise, that we've created primary care networks, which had been proposed as a model a long time ago, been put in place as I'm Minister of Health and in our primary care plan, that have proposals that come from First Nations and communities, divisions of family practice, meaning all of the doctors providing care in communities, other health professionals, including nurse practitioners and nurses, and communities. And they develop funding proposals to support a primary care network in the community. I don't accept that that's inconsistent with supporting community health centers. And obviously, giving that responsibility to develop proposals to the community of people providing healthcare is a decentralizing way of doing it. And sometimes that's frustrating for me because I'd like to make decisions and go there, but the community has said this is what they want. So I don't, that part of what came forward brief, I don't necessarily accept. The primary care network is a very, very positive evolution for local doctors and health professionals in local communities, and we've seen very positive results from it. Doesn't mean there aren't other things going on. So that's just to talk about primary care networks. And so with community health centers, when people come forward with proposals that reflect support in the community and our proposals that work, then we have been supporting them consistently, and we have all around the province, and we'll continue to do that. And people need to come forward. Sometimes what they want to do as well is to add other services to health services. But what's happened in successful community health centers is that we provide a base for that through health services, and then they can seek out other supports for other programs that might be beyond that, whether those programs be, for example, childcare or other programs. Then you can build out from that. But so our focus is on primary health care services, and that's an important focus. But That community health center model, we've consistently engaged with people who've come forward with proposals. We're going to continue to do that. And we're also going to continue to support primary care networks. So we're not going to say to communities who participate in that or building out networks that there's now going to be that table and there's going to be another table. We're going to support both.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I would urge the minister not to dismiss the concept of a standalone funding arrangement. One of the things we know is that certainly there are some primary care, there are some community health centers that are funded by the government. It's not all of them, and they don't receive 100% of their funding. So the community drives these initiatives, and yet the funding process is really requires a collaborative approach and all of those things with the primary care network. So I'm simply reminding the minister that there are concerns about sustainable funding and the fact that the primary care network framework does not align well, and that's according to the BC Association of Community Health Centres, not me specifically, but I think they have a valid concern. And so I asked the minister, and I know he's going to send me a list providing me with the information related to those centers, where they're open, and the funding that they receive from government. So I appreciate that conversation that started with a question from the member from Shuswap. I want to back up now, and we're going to talk a little bit about the new physician payment model. I'm wondering if the minister can outline for me how the evaluation is going to take place to see if the model is actually going to result in the attachment of currently unattached patients. So are there metrics, is there an evaluation framework that the ministry has established to determine whether or not the model is actually going to result in the attachment of currently unattached patients?
Recognizing the Minister of Health.
So, first of all, one of the principal ways when people talk about the number of people unattached to a family doctor in the legislature or anything else, they're using the Canadian Community Health Survey, which said in 2003 there were about 350,000 people without a family doctor. When I became Minister of Health, that was over 900,000 people without a family doctor. That amount increased in their fall survey of 2021 to 980,000, having gone down for a couple of years. And this year, the most recent data is 895,000, so less than when I became Minister of Health, but still much too high. So that's the measure historically that we've done, and when people raise that issue with me and in criticism. That's what they're talking about, the Canadian Community Health Survey. That will continue to exist, and we'll measure ourselves against it. In the last year, the number of people unattached to a family doctor decreased by 85,000 in BC. Still way, way too high. I would say on the longitudinal family physician payment model now, and I could say that we are at joining the program 2,883 family doctors in the plan. That includes about 60% who billed under the longitudinal family practice MSP fee-for-service plan last year. So basically 60% of those doctors have joined. In addition to that, a significant number of doctors who were not billing as longitudinal family practice doctors, more than 400 have also joined, which is a significant and positive thing. A real achievement for my team at the Ministry of Health, and some of the people who worked on that project, Mark Armitage, Ted Patterson, Stephen Brown, are here with me now, and an achievement by the doctors of BC who said that these changes would be received well by doctors, and doctors are engaging in them. I talked to the member earlier about dealing with challenges that come when you change the model, but this significantly increased the pay, recognizes, and is good for patients in the following ways. First of all, because the member was asking about how we measure the success of the program, we're going to measure it in a better way than I think has ever been done, and a more sustained way than has ever been done in BC. First of all, when doctors join the new payment model, they're obliged to provide through their clinic and provider registry a list of those attached to them now. That's part of how they receive this benefit, and that's really unprecedented, and that's something we worked on together. It was a concern by doctors to do that and to share that information, have that come together, and we worked on it together, and it's critically important. Who's attached now? Who's attached to the family doctors in these 2,883 doctors who are currently in the payment model? For patients, and they will have to provide that information by July 1st. And starting on July 1st, and we'll build out from there, we'll be building through Health Connect registry, which more and more British Columbians are connected to, the ability of patients who essentially seek through that, family doctor, and that will allow us to measure continuously where we stand in terms of the program. And there will be, through a rostering registry, all the longitudinal family practice doctors and nurse practitioners will upload to a central repository so that we know who's already attached in the provinces to whom. This will be able to tell us, importantly, where there are spaces for attachment. Frequently when people lose their family doctor, and I have this experience talking to people, I'm sure the member does as well, they lose their family doctors and they're sort of left searching around who's taking patients, who isn't taking patients, where can I find a place to be attached. These things will allow us excellent data on how the success of the program, but also, more importantly, they'll be empowering to patients because they'll give them a place to go and to be able to see places where they can get themselves attached to a family doctor. So it's through those three things: Health Connect, through the rostering registry as described, and the clinic and provider registry that will be able to assess the success of the program. Although right now, you can tell the memories because we get obviously regular reports on the number of people seeing doctors and so on, that the impact is already being felt, and already been felt on the number of family doctors taking patients, and I get this all the time. New family doctors now taking patients, and I hear from people all the time who are now becoming attached to a family doctor. So that'll be reflected in all of these measures, plus the Canadian Community Health Centre, which survey, which is an important historical measure of where we stand, and all the other work that's done with MSP billings in the ministry. So that's the process for the provincial attachment management system, and it's a key part of what we're doing, which is the data, but also empowering people to access care.
Recognizing the member for Prince George Belmont.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair. So can the Minister then confirm that the province-wide rostering system is the Health Connect registry?
Minister.
Essentially, yes. The Health Connect registry will be the patient-facing side of that. And the other two registries we talked about rostering and the clinic and provider registry will be the provider, whether it's doctor or nurse practitioner or whoever, the provider-facing side.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What I'm most concerned about is what will the public see and how will they utilize that information? So obviously there's going to be a fairly high degree of transparency here. What we want to be able to do is measure how many unattached patients have the opportunity to be attached under this initiative. So can the Minister just describe for me specifically what the patient-facing information will look like? What will it allow a person who is currently unattached to do?
Minister.
So the short answer is yes. I'll give the short answer one day. A couple of things. I'd say the Health Connect registry, there will be a number of interfaces to that. A lot of people are already connected to the registry online, and that will continue. It's in the hundreds of thousands, and that number will grow. Be able to connect through 811. We also want to have connections through, say, SDPR and MCFD for people who may be less connected with the system, ways for them to connect through those, or through the Health Connect registry. So that's that side of things. The beginning on July 1st, as we add on the rostering side, there may be a lot of demand, so we'll probably end up gating that in some way. You've seen that in the way we dealt with vaccinations to ensure priority. That's to come in the next few months. But that's the patient-facing side. But we also, it's not just a portal for that. We also want it a place where we can interface, say in a community there isn't immediate access on a roster for the patient. We want to be able to let them know about services that be available to them, from urgent primary care centers, community centers, to other centers that might be available to them for episodic care under those circumstances. So it's this dramatically changes the way we assess primary care in BC. I think the system was sort of out there in the world, and we had patients and doctors sort of in stable numbers through the 70s and the 80s and really the 90s. Starting in the early 2000s, we saw a dramatic increase in unattached patients from the 300,000 range to the over 900,000 range by 2017, which is just below which we are now in terms of our assessment of the Canadian Community Health Survey. But the Canadian Community Health Survey, while valuable and while giving us historical context and being useful for the political debate, isn't that helpful for patients? You know, it's a survey. And so what all of this does is connect patients to the system and allows them to connect to the system, get access to more easy access to a health provider, and allows us much more oversight together with the doctors of BC into the primary care system, which was other than just the information from fee-for-service billings. It's, you know, for many people it seems incredible we haven't had that for the decades and decades we've had public health care and primary care, but to a large extent we haven't. But this collaboration between the doctors of BC and the Ministry of Health has led to that, and I think it's a very positive development in terms of the information that will be provided at events such as this, but more importantly, much more information for individual patients and families.
Member.
Thank you very much to the Minister for that response. The fiscal plan notes that $1 billion is to be invested in the refreshed primary care strategy. And all of that, according to Table 1.2.1, is attributed to the new primary care compensation model. So in the first year, it notes 399 million, the second year 388 million, and in the third year, $264 million. So can the minister provide us with specific details as to what recruitment targets are actually attached to those funding allocations?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It must be the 5 o'clock hour. So the target in the third year, and we're looking at it under this plan slightly differently than the member framed her question, but I'll tell her and see if this responds to it. The target in the third year is 29 million visits under the primary care plan. And if you look at that by the population, that's between 5 and 5.5 visits per person in the province. If you think of roughly 5 million people, you see that. Obviously, there's a lot of people who take no visits, and there's lots of people who have a lot of visits. But that's, we've looked at the existing, that's an increase in the number of visits, but that's our expectation, and that's what we're funding based on. So we're looking at it as the end result for patients, which is their visits to their primary care provider, and not strictly as we're going to hire this many doctors is going to produce this result. And so that's the goal, and there's goals in the interim year, and we'll be reporting out on those goals every year.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I appreciate knowing that the targets are actually based on visits, not on in essence, recruitment. So it'll be interesting. I will look forward to how the Minister is going to report those out, because I'm wondering what the transition years look like when you're working toward 29 million visits. So I'm sure we'll learn more about that. The minister's referred, but I want to just go back and ask this question again. How many net new physicians to the healthcare system generally, as a whole, have signed on to become family doctors and open up longitudinal family care practice since the announcement was made?
Minister.
So, as we've said, we're just getting started, and we'll talk about some other things such as new to practice contracts later. But essentially, this was as of April 24th. I think I gave the April 25th numbers, but they're not that different. 2,857 have signed on. 2,420 of those billed under billing code 14070 last year, which means they billed as longitudinal family practice doctors. So that's that group. And so that number represents 60% of that group. And that group is really important. There are family practice doctors. There was a lot of concern that the present model didn't work for them. That's stability, and they have come to play. You know, that is significant. When you consider that there's some who obviously have been working in fee-for-service all their professional lives, and some of them are going to continue to work under fee-for-service. We didn't want to say don't do that. We want them to continue to provide that service, but we were offering this option. And overwhelmingly, this is disproportionately, if you look at the groups of doctors that have joined on already, are younger doctors who've done it. So those who've worked under fee-for-service all their lives are more likely not to have taken this up, and that's entirely to be expected, right? All of that. Of those, in addition, the remainder, meaning 437, did not practice under longitudinal family practice last year, but they may have billed in other things. 171 of them worked at some point as locums, so they billed under those billing numbers last year. 99 billed in some other way, but it's sort of unspecified in the numbers. And 167 did not bill last year. And so that means that is an incremental number of family doctors. And this is important because of the debate we've sometimes had. As I've said, and we've had this debate, the member and I, in the legislature, that the number of family doctors has increased since 2017 from 6,372 to 7,118. What that doesn't reflect is the work they're doing in community. This is an encouragement and support for care in community. So we've had in the last couple of years significant increases in those numbers, and we'll see that. This is before the contract of 2.9% and 3.4% in the last 2 years. Compare that to Alberta, which lost family doctors in both of those 2 years. That was good news, but this obviously dramatically improves that situation for people, not just family physicians in BC, which could be working in a number of venues, but family physicians in BC practicing in the community. So it's a very positive start, but it's just a start. And but we're obviously, it has gone, the level of the number of family doctors who have joined this new model, it was, I'd have to tell you, beyond our expectations, and particularly those who didn't practice in longitudinal family practice last year.
Member.
Well, thank you to the Minister for that. I do want to ask a specific question related to the number 437. And I would remind the Minister that certainly I don't think there was any disagreement that the compensation model needed to be fixed. And in fact, we called for that to happen as well. So I think what's important now is making sure that it works. And what I want to be sure of is that there are not unintended consequences here. All of us want to make sure we have more doctors involved in family practice dealing with longitudinal care. We know that's better for the patient. It's also better for the healthcare system when people are having that care from birth to death. We catch things quicker, all of those things. What I'm concerned about, we are hearing that we are losing physicians potentially in long-term care who are moving over. We are concerned about maternity care because we have heard that. So the Minister noted a number that were sort of unspecified. Can the Minister tell me, are we carefully looking at where these physicians came from so that we're not creating challenges in other areas of practice? Yes, we want to see more family practice physicians. We also don't want to see increasing gaps in long-term care or maternity care or anywhere else. So is there a way that the Ministry is tracking where these physicians came from other than the ones that the minister says are brand new and haven't been billing at all. For example, did some of them work in urgent primary care centers? Did they come as hospitalists previously? So I'm wondering if that work is being done.
Minister.
So that monitoring is being carefully done with the people providing the care. For example, with health authorities, whenever they see what they would describe as a knock-on effect, say a hospitalist leaving to become a family doctor, which is in some respects desirable, but in other respects challenging, that they report that. We've met with the BC care providers on this question. We meet weekly to monitor this with the doctors of BC. This is a massive change for us and a massive change for them. In addition, the member asked this question earlier. I can't remember the context, but it was earlier. We're looking at 3 specific areas where we see concern: long-term care, inpatient care, and maternity care, where we're responding to that anyway. So we want to be responding to issues as they develop basically in real time, as you'd expect, and that's what we're doing. Those are 3 areas of focus that we have in place. They're not the only ones. We want to also oversee the impact of these new models in the rural context to make sure that it's working well, and it works well with other initiatives we're taking place that are adding new doctors to the system, namely the significant increase in the Practice Ready Assessment Program, which was proposed by the Premier in December, and the continuing success of the New to Practice Incentives Program, which we put in place last summer for new to practice doctors in BC. So this is not someone coming from anywhere. To date, under that program, which typically is in the sort of 20 to 35 range, we've had 136 contracts signed across health authorities under the New to Practice Incentives Program, which we put in place just as we put in place the measures in August. The stabilization funding, that was about $120 million, fully subscribed with doctors while we were working out the agreement with them. We also didn't want to lose a year of new to practice doctors, so we made a significant offer to them, then worked with them on it, and there was some discussion of it, and it's ultimately proved to be quite successful. 136 new doctors, and when you consider that a new family practice doctor is taking on potentially a patient load of 1,250, depending on the acuity of the patients and the health challenges of the patients, you can see that adding those new to practice doctors in the system can make a real impact on attachment over a period of time. So all of those are important initiatives. We value family practice doctors. Everyone said it on all sides of the House and everywhere in BC. We have a contract that recognizes that, and we got a new model for family doctors to practice that really listens to what all doctors and younger doctors were saying about what we needed to change. And I think it's a genuine achievement for the province, but I agree with the member that we have to be very, very alive to consequences, both unintended consequences and just consequences of a major change. And that's precisely what our team is doing in our weekly meetings with the doctors of BC.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Can the minister tell me how many of the doctors that he noted, obviously new to practice, but the number is 437, how many of those doctors have begun attaching a full roster of patients?
Oh, Minister.
Thank you. So those new to practice contracts, a lot of them have sort of just started or started recently. And so our expectation, and so those are the contracts that I referred to that are the 136. Right? And and this was a while ago, and this will be developing and will be really assisted by the rostering data. But just a while ago, that's 286,000 services. That's 62,000 unique patients seen. So that would probably be a clue to what attachment would be. And then 30,000 actual attachments, because there's an attachment thing. That's how we were able to provide the issue with the information with the primary care network. There's a specific way to denote attachment. But this was several months ago, and it's a program that essentially started in September with doctors being hired, September, October, November, December, new to practice doctors. So, and I would expect that they won't build up that group of doctors, their panels to 1,200 or 1,250 immediately. It'll take a little while. They're new to practice, and we want them to succeed. But I think they're doing really well, and engaging with new doctors in BC on the path to family practice is important. We've gone in a direction where we went from about 300,000 people without a family doctor in 2003 to 900,000 by 2017 to 894,000 according to the data today. And so we had to do something to change that. And the funding model does that, and it does that in the way that only way it could be done, not by imposing it from the Ministry of Health or the Minister of Health, but working with doctors to get it done.
Member.
Can the minister tell me if there is an attachment goal that is aligned with the new payment model?
Minister.
The key issue, even in the Canadian Community Health Centre, is who wants to be attached. And that's why it's so important to have the registry that will build up, and to hear from people who wants to be attached. So if there's an attachment gap, then we'll know what that is. Who wants to be attached? They can simply ask to be attached, that they want to be, to indicate that, and then we can meet those attachment goals. Right now, if you look at the Canadian Community Health Survey data, it tells you that about 94% of seniors in BC are attached. But the 6%, that's an important gap if you're a senior in BC. That's not a small matter. And that it's much lower amongst younger people. So the goal of this is all of that data I talked about, the Health Connect side, the patient side, the doctor side, and then having patients identify that they want to be attached, and then to seek to attach them. And then also to provide episodic care services, whether they're EPCCs, whether they're at other community services, whether they be at walk-in clinics, whether they be in other services that are provided to allow people who may not want to be attached, but break their leg playing softball, right? So that's or have another incident that comes to them that can happen to anyone in their life. As people know, I was 28, preparing to run the marathon. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. So one's view on attachment instantly changes in that moment, and that happens for lots of people. So we want a system where you can tell us that you want to be attached, and then we can have a system that works for you to get you attached, but also notes who wants to be attached and what the gap is.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that. And the minister and I both know that attachment and capacity are very different depending upon where you live in British Columbia. And so that's another important factor in looking at attachment. When you think about northern communities, they have a great deal of difficulty attracting healthcare professionals. So I'd like some reassurance about how we look at the issue of equity across British Columbia. There are people in every corner of this province who want to be attached and in fact need to be. So maybe the minister could just reflect on that for me. And I want to confirm that locum physicians are paid under this model as well.
Minister.
Thank you. First of all, and this is important to the member, the rural retention payments get applied on top of the LMP, right? So that maintains, so that advantage continues, which is important in terms of recruitment. We're also tripling the Practice Ready Assessment Program, which is important for a lot of communities. And it's been a successful program, and we've all looked at the maps of the different communities that have benefited from that. That increase may allow us to support other areas, but it's fundamentally and first a program for rural communities and has been successful for that. And we have to be more successful at encouraging people to stay in the communities after their return of service has been done. But their return of service is important, and so we want to recognize that. Finally, I think it's really important that the data we're going to have is going to be focused by areas around the province. So it's not just an issue of having the broader data. This allows us to look at the attachment gap in central interior rural. We have these primary care networks, we have the system in place. It will allow us to look at the attachment gap and say, there's an attachment gap in the area around Valemount, just to say an example, or there's an attachment gap in the northwest around the Terrace-Kitimat area. And we will identify that, and we'll be held accountable to it, right? Which is an important consideration, which right now isn't the case when the primary mechanism by which we sort of assess the success of primary care attachment is a Canadian Community Health Survey, which is done across the country and is important and is useful and it contains a lot of people, but it's not an effective tool and it doesn't provide any control to someone in Terrace or Valemount or Mackenzie or Smithers or wherever who's seeking a family doctor.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarity around the additional, in essence, incentive that's necessary that will be on top of the model. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the gap analysis, because that's really important. And you know, the minister will know that all throughout the pandemic, one of the issues I care about is that we base decisions on data. Data drives decision making, it should. So I think that's really helpful, and it will help, most importantly, it will help communities, it will help people sort out what needs to be done. So I appreciate that. Can the minister, he didn't answer the question about locum, so perhaps he could do that, but I will also ask, at the same time, is there a provision for parental leave so that when a family doctor wishes to take leave, they have some form of coverage? I have heard that concern from many parents who are also family practice physicians. So locums and parental leave.
Minister.
So the answer on locums is yes. We're actually looking, if you think of the geographies around the province, of building in those locum roles in those geographies, which is very important for the very issue that the member talks about, that member Prince George Valemount talked about flexibility to support doctors in their actual work, right? And that locum role, which is often advanced in larger centers, including Prince George, but not so much in other parts of the member's constituency, for example. So that's an important consideration. On parental leave, there is some provision for that in our master agreement, but also, and this is, I think, a very important part of the model of care that's provided here in the payment model. There's a lot of flexibility in that model for people to define the amount of work they want to do. You're a fee-for-service doctor and you've got to pay for everything and everything, say, you decide you've got child at home, you have to produce $150,000 worth of billings. Well, that's pretty word. You got to find those billings in fee-for-service. There's a lot more flexibility in this model to allow doctors to do that. And when we were at the table with doctors discussing this, and remember there was a negotiation table and then there was a Ministry of Health table that gentleman behind me deserves a lot of credit for this, Mark Armitage, and other Ted Patterson were involved with. A lot of the focus of women doctors was around that very flexibility, which hasn't frequently been there in the past. And of course, our community of doctors is changing. I mean, generations ago, they were overwhelmingly men, and they are in older categories of doctors still. But in younger categories of doctors, many of them are majority women categories of doctors in those categories where, and so of course parental leave is important for men and women, but the need for, the challenge for women in the profession has been real. To go into primary care, the incentives have been for quite a long time to go into other areas of care which are not as difficult to both support families, but also when you're having children. So that's one of the ways the model was developed, was in consultation, especially with women doctors who are very represented in that process, to say, well, how can we make this work better so that we're taking advantage of the incredible training that doctors get?
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It causes a great deal of distress. I mean, we've heard from physicians who literally are torn between continuing, to have a family, raise a family, care for a family, and their roster of patients. And that is really difficult when they are, trying to find that balance. So I'm relieved to hear that there is a provision for parental leave. I'm also, I just want to, and the minister doesn't have, I want to move on to how the rostering system will actually work for a patient in just a moment. But I know that the minister has said that there is careful monitoring going on of where physicians are coming from. And of concern to me is obviously physicians leaving walk-in clinics, for example. We know that is, looking at access in a walk-in clinic is pretty important to a lot of people if we actually want to keep them out of emergency wards. So I just wanted to raise that as one of the things that I hope is being carefully monitored. I want to move to how the rostering system is going to work in terms of, let's just walk through this then. So what will happen to a patient that is currently registered and still waiting on the Health Connect registry? Obviously, people sign up so that they hope it will lead them to a family doctor. Will those people be automatically transferred over? Does the system somehow accommodate that? Is there prioritization of those particular individuals? So could the minister speak to the practical operation of the rostering system? And I have a few other questions, but let's start with that. Is there prioritization, and do they automatically get moved over?
Minister.
Maybe I'll just take, we'll just take, Dawson Creek would be an excellent example. It's always the best example. They got a new hospital coming, it's great. So say there's a group of 10 doctors in Dawson Creek, and we have a person in Dawson Creek who wants a family doctor. And we're merging those two, so there's, say, a list of 10 people in Dawson Creek who need a family doctor. And that list is then provided to the doctor's office, they contact the patients, they come together, they get attached, if that works, because sometimes it doesn't work, but it'll probably be with a whole clinic, which might be more than one doctor connecting with the patient. So that's the process there. We will be giving, I think, and we'll have this information, and part of the work we've done with both Health Connect and and vaccine and so on, we will be giving priority to groups who need family doctors most. For example, potentially families with children, potentially those dealing with chronic disease, potentially older people. So at the beginning, the first people we may choose to gate the list. So the first priority will be people in certain categories. We'll work our way through those because those are the people who need full-time attachment the most, and then we'll continue on down the list. So what will happen is you'll sign up. There's space available at the local clinic. Let's say whatever the number of doctors, 4 doctors in Dawson Creek. They say we have space. They get the list. They contact the patients. They set up the arrangements. And then should that be successful, in other words, should the patient accept the doctor, that will be a new attachment. And that's how the system would work.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So ultimately, unattached patients would be required to register on the rostering system. And is it then, so what the minister is saying is that, and actually one of my questions was related to people with complex needs and how we ensure that people who are older or perhaps they don't use a computer independently, I just want to make sure that there's a sense of how there will be equitable access. The key, though, is patients will be required to register. The doctors that are then accepting new patients or looking to attach additional patients would receive the names of those individuals, and the work is then done to create the match with a particular physician. Is that correct?
Minister.
Or group of physicians, right? And you know, if there's a clinic with 6 or 7 doctors, and that's how it's working more these days. So it may be a physician or a group of physicians, but that they're attached to that clinic, or to that, which could be a doctor, but could be the clinic. That's an important consideration. Yes, priority will be given, and we'll probably at the beginning be gating, right? So the first people we want to get thing is just like the vaccine list we did, people over 80 first, and people with chronic diseases, and in that case, Indigenous people, others who are defined as having greater need, including complex needs, right? And so yes, that would be a priority as well. And of course, the system does support doctors. So by going to people with the most needs first, we may be limiting the overall attachment, but that's important. And yes, you have to identify yourself, but I would say that that through a lot more people are better at the computer than we think, but also 811, right? So there's a number of ways to get at this. So it's not, and then we'll be working in some cases with social development. In the case of some people who are, you might argue would be more disconnected to medical systems sometimes, who are involved with SDPR, for example, who would need support. So we're working on those connections as well. So those would be the sets of things we'd be working on to address those with the most need first. That's not the easiest way to get the largest attachment numbers, but it's focusing on the people who need the attachment most first, which is, I think, generally what people accept as the right public policy approach. But yes, you have to contact. I mean, if you're 30 and you don't have a family practice doctor and you don't have health concerns, you don't really want one, and happy to go to the walk-in clinic if you hurt something or whatever, that's your circumstance. And there's a reasonable number of people in that circumstance. We're not tracking you down and saying attach. you have to want to be attached. But I think close to 100% of people over 65 want to be attached. Close to 100% of people with chronic needs want to be attached. Close to 100% of families with children want to be attached. So those groups of people we're going to reach and hopefully connect with.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for explaining that. I want to ensure that there's options for families to be able to sign up for the either same physician or same clinic. We know how stressful that is. Will there be an option for families to sign up as a unit, in essence?
Minister.
Yes, I knew we'd get there.
Member.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the best short snapper of the afternoon, so thank you for that. And it's also, I appreciate sort of having a sense of what the system looks like. We certainly don't want to have visions of people charging to make their camping reservations and what happens when the entire system collapses. So it's important to understand. And certainly as an MLA, and I know the Minister probably gets more of that than I do, but I get a lot of them. Our offices get calls all the time about how can you help me find a family physician. So one of the things I was going to ask about was obviously awareness, education, providing tools, for example, to offices like ours who understand the system and so that we can actually say, here's how you do that. And I think that's going to be really important. I did want to ask a question, though, about whether or not rostering is going to be attached only to a family physician, or will it include nurse practitioners as well?
Minister.
Yes, both nurse practitioners and family physicians. I mean, we have an unusual support for nurse practitioners in primary care in BC. We've developed and increased the numbers quite a bit, and many more of them as a percentage are working in primary care in BC than any other jurisdiction. We have 3 nurse practitioner only clinics in BC that have been real success stories, and the people involved deserve a lot of credit. One in Cloverdale, one in Victoria, and one in Nanaimo. So yes, nurse practitioners as well. And often in the healthcare settings now, we're going to see multiple providers in those settings. So in settings where multiple professions are working in the same patient care home, if you want to use an older expression that's sometimes used, and across the system. So yeah, that's very much the idea, is to include and have people working to their full scope of practice across the system, and there obviously be other things to learn about and to have connected to. In some cases, with respect to minor ailments, starting June 1st, that'll be pharmacists as well.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So as I understand it, I think the timeline is July the 1st, and I'm wondering if there are if a budget has been set aside to actually deal with the issue of education, looking at how resources and information are shared with the general public. And obviously I would strongly encourage the Minister to think about those of us in MLA offices who get regular phone calls about what do we do here. So maybe just a brief word about, is there going to be an education and awareness campaign? Is there a budget to do that?
Minister.
Yeah, and that it is a critical component. There'll also be people working in communities to help with the attachment process, because there's going to be lots of challenges in dealing with that. I think what the member can expect, and this is why a lot of information is required, on the first day, we don't want everyone to descend on the first day or the first week. Right? So at the beginning, there'll be some gating of that process. Right? So we'll be looking at perhaps in the first week in terms of that process. We'll be starting with people in particular areas of need, just as we did with the vaccine program. And that was not without its challenges, as I recall sort of dimly, from 2021, but ultimately was quite successful. And that reflected a lot of great work by public servants, but also by members of the public who showed patience. So The first months of it are going to be challenging because it's all going to be happening. And so we want to make it successful for people and not frustrating for people. And that's why the very public education the member talks about is important. But it's also education for us in building up our capacity to do something that we haven't done before.
Member.
One of the things, and I know the minister has said that there will be a gap analysis and that the minister will be held accountable against that gap analysis, because I am concerned. The minister knows that it is so much more challenging in many cases in rural and more remote communities in British Columbia, and we want to make sure that that is constantly monitored and that we're looking for ways to try to create an equitable circumstance that no matter where you live in British Columbia, you deserve to have a family physician. So that'll be something certainly that I'll be looking at. And I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what type of reporting, especially, well, obviously publicly, will be done in terms of the outcomes of the new family physician payment model. Will it be a monthly report? Will it be, is there going to be published results that say, here's where we are, here's what we're, and I'm assuming the minister is obviously really passionate about this, and he has already talked about what a success it is. I'm assuming he would take every opportunity to tell that story, but I'd like to just make sure that I understand whether it's going to be a monthly report, what will it look like?
Minister.
It would be my expectation, well, really on the rostering question. First of all, it's not a success yet. It's starting well. It's a success yet when a lot of people who need access to care get access to care. That's when it's a success. So it's a success for if the member has a constituent in Valemount who doesn't have a family doctor. It's a success when they get a family doctor and nurse practitioner. That's when it's a success. But I think what you're going to see, we'll be starting off, is quarterly would be what I'd suggest, sort of a fairly comprehensive report quarterly, probably starting. The first one, since we're starting in July, would be in October and November of 2023, and then subsequent to that. So we see how we're doing, and well, I'm enthusiastic about it, and I suppose one of the people involved in starting it, there's a lot of people who've been involved in this with me, including doctors and nurse practitioners and many others in BC are involved in what we're doing. So it's a collective effort, and if we have success in that process, it'll be collectively shared by everyone who's been advocating for family medicine in BC and is working on the project. But I would expect quarterly reports. I think that's probably the best thing, that kind of a good rhythm of reporting. And the first one would be starting probably in October, November on the rostering system, October and November of this year, and then one in January, and then probably one just before, next year's estimates.
Member.
Well, thank you, and that's a great segue into quarterly reports, because transparency does matter, and data matters. And so I want to remind the minister that in 2021, the minister promised to provide quarterly implementation progress reports related to primary care networks. Actually, his quote was, so that everyone can see publicly. So in 2022, when asked about those reports, minister promised quarterly reports. But in November, when the figures were released, they were very non-specific. They were not broken out. And so from my perspective, that is a lack of transparency, and we need to actually look at where the gaps are and what the challenges are with implementation. So can the minister just think back to the comments about primary care implementation and the promise to do quarterly reports? How that information is released matters. And I'm wondering if the minister will ensure that full quarterly reports with up-to-date data on that file are released.
Yes, okay.
Minister.
So yeah, they'll be starting October, November, and they'll be published jointly between ourselves and the Doctors of BC. So it won't just be the Ministry of Health, it'll be ourselves and the Doctors of BC.
Member.
Thank you very much to the Minister. I want to ask some questions now about primary care networks. So last year, when we reviewed the service plan, the target number of primary care networks operating or in implementation phase for 2022-23 was 85, and that target was actually static for the following years. So could the minister provide updated figures? How many are implementation, how many are in implementation, and how many are fully operating?
Minister.
Thank you. The goal is 99 by 2025. Currently, there are 65 in operation, meaning they're being funded and they're going forward. There are other in year 1, 2, 3, or 4 as primary care networks, and we'll go through those probably in remaining questions. Well, why don't we go through them now? This is the first 63, so this doesn't count the last 2. So it's 23 are in year 4, 17 are in year 3, 14 in year 2, and 11 in year 1 for a total of 65, with 34 in the planning stage. But the 65, because they're essentially in operation and budgets are approved and money is accessed. So that's significant, I think, significant progress. These all promote team-based models of care, and they've had obviously significant funding for the PCNs. That includes $389 million in annual operating costs, $104 million in capital, $33 million in one-time startup costs, and $36 million in change management costs. And so that's those are significant amounts of money. And just in the PCNs, absent the UPCCs and the community health centers and other issues, about more than 900 full-time equivalents, which is over a small period of time, really a significant growth. And obviously, the ones that are in year 4 have a higher level of progress and attachment and people working for them. They were to be built up that way, so the funding would incrementally grow over the 4 years. And they've been, across the board, I think, successful. They're not without challenges. They're new models for people and have placed new responsibilities for divisions of family practice and others. and for the PCN models have their own sometimes management challenges. But overall, you can see the amount of care being provided is significant. Its impact on attachment is significant, but its also impact on the care of people within the system has been important. And what made it significant was that it was not, it was in combination with other initiatives, CPCCs and CHCs, but really all of these proposals were developed in local communities. So some of those communities which have, for example, higher rates of diabetes or higher rates of anxiety or higher rates of other things as measured in data, made proposals for different compositions of staff, and that's what we wanted in the process. But of course, sharing responsibility is sometimes challenging, I suppose, but I think it was the right set of decisions.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Can the Minister tell me how many net new patients to date have been attached to a PCN in the last fiscal year?
Minister.
Thank you. So the total number across the development of PCNs is 263. What I might endeavor to do for the member, but I don't think we don't have it now, but we can just go back to this time last year. And if she's looking for the last year, which would be year 4 for some, year 1 for others, year 2 for others, we can break that down. But the total number is 263 across since the creation of PCNs, which is both a significant number and note that it's not net of people who may have had their family doctor retire. But the attachment isn't the only measure. Like in the Fraser Northwest PCN, part of the funding is an agreement with SHARE, which is a community organization the member will be familiar with. That's not attachment, that's better care, right? And that's improving the quality of care. And it may allow doctors, because they're able to spend less time referring patients to that process, to save time. But the purpose, while attachment's an important purpose, it's not the only purpose of team-based care, which is to ensure that the appropriate health professional deals with the patient in the appropriate way, and that we have a range of team-based care, doctors working with nurse practitioners, working with dietitians, working with physiotherapists or counselors. And so that's some of the purpose of it. So some of that purpose isn't just measured in attachment.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that response. I'm wondering if he can outline for me whether the primary care networks that have now finished year 4 of their service plan, can the Minister confirm that they are all fully staffed? And if they're not, how many vacancies are there?
Minister.
On balance, they've done well in terms of the overall number. So 900 is the overall number, as I said, for PCNs. And some of them are in the midst of year 4. I'll just give some examples. Vancouver, the total FTE approved is 192. The total recruited is 160.4. That's an example of one. There are others. I'm sure that that's 84%. What's key in it is that different categories of workers have been more hired than others. So we've had in PCNs, in many PCNs, a significant success in recruiting allied health professionals, but the funding model didn't allow sufficient doctors to be recruited in the PCN. So in Vancouver, the plan was $39 doctors. The actual is 33. That's not bad, I think we'd say in these times, through the PCN process. In some communities, we did better than that. The plan in Fraser Northwest, they're allowed to adjust their plan, was 12, and they got 20, so that's better. And so, but I think our current change in the funding model for doctors will allow us to fill doctors and the nurse practitioner positions as well, which is important for attachment. The allied health, the nursing, the pharmacists, the indigenous health are important. Some of them are important for attachment, but they're also important for the quality of care that's provided. And there is, of course, in each PCN some non-clinical staff, some support staff for the operation of the PCN. These are big operations. These are hundreds of millions of dollars that are on the table. So obviously there's those as well. So that's what you're seeing in the fourth year. So in some cases, Fraser Northwest is the most successful. They've recruited more FTEs than were proposed or were funded. Most of the others are below that. But I would say if you take them all together, it's about 80% at this point in the fourth year of the four-year cycles of PCNs. And of course, they've got work together to do to meet those targets. But the targets, but the funding has been in place for them, and we believe the new doctor's contract will further assist with that.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. If the Minister has an opportunity to share the specific details about that would in terms of staffing and vacancies, that would be appreciated. I'm wondering if, as the Minister looks at PCNs that are in year 3 of their respective service plans, are they on track to meet their recruitment targets?
Minister.
So in some cases, absolutely. In some cases, they're a little behind. I think it's fair to say. I forgot to give Prince George there, so I'll give Prince George there. It's just the PCN, the total approved FTEs were 32.2, and the total recruited FTEs were 24.3, so that's 76% roughly. And that in Prince George, and it shows the nuance here. Very strong group of doctors in Prince George that the member will be, of course, familiar with. And the development of the UPCC there was done in cooperation with those doctors, and they've managed it very effectively in that circumstance. So in that primary care networks, which was developed by the Division of Family Practice and Indigenous communities and others, they weren't asking for doctors. It's interesting, you know. And so we've met our test for doctors, which was one physician recruit, and they've recruited that one physician. That was their plan that they put forward and we approved. And there was much more, and actually not much in the way of nurse practitioners. They were looking for nursing and allied health and pharmacist support. And that's what they did. And that's the unique feature of it. And I mean, ultimately, I'm responsible in the legislature for that. But when we reached out and we said to local divisions, you tell us what you need. That's what they said in Prince George, and I think in some cases, I don't think family doctors in general understood when they began some of these PCN processes the challenges of them, that there would be those problems. But it's an interesting question. But that's an interesting model that you say, well, we're doing this to get more doctors. Well, that's not what doctors in Prince George and others who were involved in the development of it wanted. So just to say, the 4 years are, by the fourth year, you get 100% of your funding. The third year, it's 70% of your funding. The second year, I'm just making sure I got this right, is 45% of your funding, and the first year is 20%. So that's how it develops out. So you're building out slowly over time. So those in the third year, some are in quite strong position. For example, the one in Couch and Valley, there's about 38 FTEs approved, and they're at 34. So they're obviously on track for. That's by far the best. The one in Central Okanagan, I was trying to see who was immediately here to be able to take a look with me on that. But the one in Central Okanagan, which is important, has very successful UPCCs in Central Okanagan. But that one is in the third year, is at 74.6% funded FTEs, so it reflects the large population in that health area. and so far hired 43.6 FTEs. Obviously, they've got a ways to go, but they've also got some time to get there. Others, East Kootenay is doing quite well against its requirements in the third year, and we'll share some of this. Others are a little bit behind in terms of what they're doing, including on the Saanich Peninsula, where they're a little behind some of those. But again, part of the challenge with PCNs has been the marrying or the coming together of allied health workers who frequently would work in health authorities with divisions of family practice. So there's been some challenges on the ground, but I think there has been obviously a significant contribution both to attachment but also to the care of people.
Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to ask two questions in one because I would like to try to get through the section on primary care networks before we wrap here shortly. Has there been any, maybe I won't, maybe I'll just do this quickly. Has there been any consideration when the minister, when we think about the circumstances we find ourselves in health in the province, has the minister or the government thought about a 4-year implementation for primary care networks and evaluated whether or not that is not urgent enough? It's a 4-year period. Has there been any thought given to whether or not that is that could be shortened and a renewed sense of urgency related to PCN implementation and operation?
Minister.
So what we have done is adjusted. So in a rural or a small community with fewer numbers, it might not make sense to, like if you have Vancouver, which has 192 FTEs building out over 4 years, might make sense. In a smaller community where you're having a portion of the PCN's FTEs, if you're able to find and attract, then we're prepared to front-end load that part of it. I think this has proven to be a good model, and we have now 65 PCNs in it building up. But we have been flexible, and you'll see in some of the numbers, you see in Cowichan's case, it clearly moved ahead of what they're doing in the third year. So we've had flexibility in the process, and it's not the only thing we're doing in primary care. We want to put these in place so they're in place, they're permanent, they make sense, they're built up, not we've got to spend the money this year, but build up over 4 years. We have flexibility for PCNs within that, should they want to adjust and make some changes. And I think that's a good model, but there's other things we need to do, and we'll have no occasion to talk about urgent and primary care centers tomorrow. What we're doing with those, that's important. Obviously, a lot of care is provided in doctors' offices, nurse practitioners' offices. We're doing some of that. So it's not just one thing, but I think the primary care network, that development, and the relationships and the teams that they're building across the province, I think that the model we found is good, but we also are creating the possibility, if people want to move more quickly, to have that happen.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for, I do think that looking at flexibility and looking at where we can move ahead more quickly is really important, and taking advantage of that kind of space to allow for that it's not a rigid 4-year expectation. We need to be, looking at how we expedite wherever possible. Before I get to this, I think this will probably be the last question before we're required to read the minister's. Yes, to repeat that. I did just want to take a minute to thank the staff from the Ministry of Health. This space is not exactly conducive to estimates. They are jammed and crammed in corners. They are in the hallway. They are running up and down the hall with gigantic binders and providing exceptionally important answers. So I do want to recognize them today. I know how incredibly hard they work, and This is not an ideal circumstance when the Minister of Health has such a large entourage to support him answering questions. Yes, well, although he rarely necessarily, he doesn't all the time ask for help. He just sort of springs up. And I see the look on faces of consternation that's right. It's like he's answering it all by himself, wherein heaven knows what he's going to say. I want to talk a little bit about the 15 First Nations primary healthcare centers. I think it's 15. The minister could perhaps confirm that for me. How many of those? I know there were 15 were at least budgeted in budget 2022. It's a long day. I'm now trying to get the numbers correct here. And oxygen deprivation in this room as well. 15 were funded under budget 2022. So could the minister, and he doesn't have to, he can give me a general sense of the answer, and then if he would prefer to provide me with the details of where those are all at. But what I want to know is how many of those are underway and operating, obviously critically important to the care that's provided to all British Columbians. So is there a way that the minister could provide me with the level of implementation and the targets each year over year to make sure those are up and running? As I noted, I believe the number is 15 that were funded. So I'd really appreciate a status update in terms of where each of those are at in terms of operating or implementation and the targets that the minister and the ministry have.
Minister.
So this work is being undertaken with the First Nations Health Authority, and we're underway at Luma. It's in my constituency, but it's the far end.
I know, I saw the photos.
It's very moving what they did. Very moving what they did, which is start without any support and then hope that the support would come, and it did. And what they're doing on that housing site and what they're doing at that medical center is so important for Indigenous people living in Vancouver. We're underway in Williams Lake, which is great news. Congratulations to the whole team in Williams Lake at the First Nations Health Authority, but also Chief Sellers and the whole team there, who have just been exceptional. So those two are underway and operational. Other proposals, and there'll be a list of them, maybe I'll provide, but the one that one that's close to my heart is one that the Stahelis First Nation are starting. So the capital construction of that is underway. It's a very significant thing, and it will be a model that I hope will be a model in the community where it will be serving Stahelis and serving Indigenous people in the region, but also everybody who lives in the region. It'll be a community health center led by the Stahelis First Nation, supported by the First Nations Health Authority, Ministry of Health. They'll be offering care, and that is underway. I was at a groundbreaking ceremony just recently, and then we have a list of others where we're close, some of which will be announced in the next few weeks, and we're getting closer on opening. So of the 15, the answer is 2 that are actually operating, just to be clear. Others that are underway and under organization and number, and then we have a list where we're driving through to make sure that we get those done in order. And with that, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chair, I'll move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor? Aye. Oppose? Motion is carried. Thank you, members. The committee now stands adjourned.